Goodness gracious, am I glad that didn't happen late in a run. But hopefully it doesn't happen again late in a run. Welcome back, everybody. Sorry about the very sudden loss of power. It immediately came back, so I guess there's that. But, it's a little bit worrisome. Hopefully, fingers crossed, everything goes okay. And thank you for the 3-stream streak, guys. 3-time Chuck E. Cheese Super Heavyweight Champion. That's what I'm talking about. Let's try again. That's the sort of thing that I really worry about happening, like after I defeat Simon on world record pace in River City Ransom. And then right before the run finishes, that happens. That's something I could totally see happening. Like, I've been envisioning it for a long time. As being, like, the last laugh from River City Ransom. Before it lets me finally have victory in novice mode. But yeah, welcome back, everybody. Really sorry about that again. Yeah, like, I'm almost expecting it. Like, I spend another 20,000 attempts in novice mode. I get a run 3 seconds ahead of world record after Simon. And then, right before the credits roll, the power goes out and the run is invalid. But life would go on. I've been getting this pattern a lot. And that's one of the toughest ones. I played it incorrectly at the end there. Yeah, like I've been getting this one constantly. There is an Aldi's somewhat near me, why do you ask? It just moved recently. It is now farther away from me than it was. Did you just D's nuts me? All D's nuts in your mouth? I am not huge on Reese's Peanut Butter Cups. Unfortunately. They're good, but they're not really my thing. Burb Boogie. Nice. The Aldi's, like, Reese's knockoffs are incredible. Interesting. I will keep that in mind, because you never know, like, maybe it's just that I don't like the Reese's style of that kind of treat, and maybe I would like the Aldi's one. So I will keep that in mind. A rare, very good Wave 6 there. Not nearly enough points for 50k. Even though we just got amazing luck again. Maybe we've got something for 100k. Probably not now. is going fast, though. No, it's not. Perfect. Nothing I could do about that. I got the bad corner bounce off the bird. Let's keep it going, because why not? It's still a good time pace. It's an annoying early death. It is a weekday night, and you are wishing me good luck. Thank you so much. I sure as heck need it, because I have not had it lately with this game. In the last couple days, that is. I've had it in spades in the days before that, so I'm trying not to complain at all today. That frickin' hunter. Yeah, goodbye, Bounder. That's fine. Bounders are going high here. That's interesting. Worked out pretty well. Why'd I do that? I forgot that there were 7. That's why I did that. Gotta get my mind in the right place here. Yeah, that's fine. Save some time there. Traded the death for some time. I knew the Terry was coming. I just decided to go for it. I'd really like to get some decent time starts if I can. The main luck we need to get a good 1 million points time, 50k, that's really far away. That's the exact opposite category of what I'm going for here. It requires us to get really, really good luck from wave 50 on. Losing a few lives here and there on the way could matter, but I need to not die a lot in those waves anyway. To have the time be good. Poor Terry. Thank you all for being here. I hope you're all doing as well as possible. Perfect play. And that was not the best play by me, knowing that that could happen. Losing a lot of lives in the early goings here. And a lot of it is my doing. Happy you're not stuck in ice, yep. Ice Age, happy that he's not stuck in an Ice Age. Sub 6. Always good to see those. I traded lots of lives in the process, but let's see if we can still make something happen here. Let's see if the game lets us. Here come the Shadow Lords. Oh, the bird actually changed him. That actually saved me. That was slow, but I saved a life there. That was just a god-awful situation. But I got really lucky. Speaking of luck, that's not very lucky. Nice double kill. Here comes Harvest Terry. I will trade that. I'm just getting that hunter out of the field. That was really, really weird. Lost a lot of lives and time there. Oh, I shouldn't have flapped. And I don't know how that missed and killed me instead. This is just a really death-heavy run so far. What the heck? Very embarrassing. We'll take that. Like, this is still a really good time. I'm just not doing very well on lives, and it's not clean at all. You never know what could happen. Yep. Look at this. I'm surprised he left when he did, because he had me perfectly spawn camped. Nice drop. This could take a very long time. Pace is no longer good. Disaster wave. World record is for wave 49 is now dead. Okay. Yeah. Good attempt. Game said no. That's how all my runs have been in the last 2 days. I haven't been able to get past, like, wave 25 or 30. My luck has completely run out so far. That was very strange. Nice drop. Terry might be coming. Nothing I could do about that. Slow as possible enemy pattern. Enemy behavior. Bad spawns and bad behaviors. Yeah, I'm getting nothing but this spawn lately, pretty much. For wave 2. It's interesting. It's the toughest one to do. It's fast when you do it well, but... Perfect. Smart bounder, as always. Thank you. Decent wave 6 again. What is going on tonight? Going aggressive here. Didn't pay off that well. Nice drop. Oh. Thank you. After that wave 8, I needed that. That helps a lot. Back to wave 11. I missed. 1 pixel off, and so I died. That hit the ball. Okay. I got a spawn. Yep. Yep. Okay. Oh, he survived that. Oh my gosh. He was literally halfway, half his body was in the lava. Nice drop. $100,000 points. A tenth of the way there. Oh my god, I missed the wall. I was absolutely destined to die to that bounder. And somehow I don't die to that one. This is such a strange game. Two early deaths again. Got the bad bounce there, but it actually worked out for me. Wow, that was an interesting wave. Very, very lucky. Very lucky. Thank you, Joust. For now. Good spawns. I'm going for it. Another sub 6. 2 sub 6s on wave 20 to start the night. That's wild. They were both very different. Both had early deaths, but... the first one I was playing aggressive, the second one just weird stuff happened and I got so lucky. Here come the Shadow Lords. That was just a horrible situation for me. Not much I could do. Nice double kill. Lots of really weird angles happening here. Going for it. He's got me. Yep, I had to. He got that perfect last bounce. That bounder is... okay, not bounder, hunter. You're gluing to the wall, the ceiling again. And now you're down there. Nice. Okay. Sub 8 on this wave is also good. Still not as many lives as I would like to have at this point. But most of that isn't up to me. Here's where it starts getting very unlikely for the run to continue. Okay. That's probably the greatest Wave 26 of all time. I'll take it. I gotta clip that later. Going for it. Couldn't tell where I was in the Terry timer there. He's got me. Yeah, I had to. Too much momentum for me to avoid that death. Good luck there. That hunter's a problem. I missed... okay. That wasn't as much my fault. There we go, though. Corner jank. Resolute sub 10. Mostly on the virtue of that unbelievable Wave 26. That happened around the 20-minute mark. I need to remember that. Okay. B lives for now. Fortunate wave there. Here's where things could get dicey. Perfect. Pace is no longer amazing. We finally had not so lucky of a wave. That's gonna fall perfectly. And we got another Terry. Disaster wave there. That's Joust. Perfect. Yeah, it's a lot of time loss. Oh well. I did my best. Perfect dodge there. This could be a problem. Yeah, he had perfect height there too. Just not getting the luck right now. I played really well there, but I didn't get it. Perfect duck. Yeah, the luck of this run has seemed to run out. Unfortunately. Well, and then that happens. I get the perfect Terry kill. Perfect. Nothing I could do there. I'm going for him. I don't know why I did. That was just really, really, really stupid. That was completely my fault. I don't know what was in my head there. Just pure impatience. I can't believe I lived that, but then that happened. There's no way up here. Never mind, I found it. Perfect ceiling glue. The run is dead. Waves 36 to 39 were an absolute disaster. I did my best. I just didn't win any of the ceiling interactions. Couldn't get back up. Yep. Game said no. That was a good attempt. Perfect ceiling glue. Yeah, I was getting way, way, way better luck in the early days of this week. And I had no idea how unbelievable my luck was. Zach, oh my gosh! Thank you so much. I think, unfortunately, I've used up all of Joust NES's goodwill. Maybe for the rest of my life. Perfect ceiling glue. Yeah, I think it's done with me. I'm just going for a couple more hours here before I do a huge celebratory recap of the unbelievable luck and gameplay that I got for about 8 or 9 days. You never know. I'm gonna play for like another hour and a half, and then we're gonna do the recap. You never know what could happen in the next hour and a half. But the way things have been going for the last 2 days, and in that waves, in that 35 to 40, like that's, I think I got luckier in 8 days than I may ever get again in the rest of my life. But we'll see. But I hope you're doing amazing. Thank you so much for the 45-month sub. Yeah, I'm just trying to be grateful for everything the game has given me in those first 8 days. And that's why I'm going to celebrate it. I'm so sorry. I got so freaking lucky in that regard before AGDQ. Apparently every single other employee at my work was sick on my last day there before I went to AGDQ, and so I thought they were going to They were gonna snipe my health right before I went on the trip, and I started feeling a little sick in the first couple days, but then it didn't actually turn into anything, and I felt great for most of the week. So I got super lucky. But I got a cold this past week. I was still able to get all the achievements with Joust while I had a cold. So it was fine. But I hope you feel better soon. And I hope what you're feeling now isn't too bad. Very fast start here. This could be, and we have decent points, so this could turn into something with 50k or 100k. If we get unbelievable waves 5 and 6, then this could be a huge 50k world record. Bad luck there. So 50k is dead. Yeah, and now 100k is probably dead too. Standard wave 6, which is to say it was god-awful. Wave 6 is almost impossible to do quickly. Bad luck there as well. That was a double tie, okay. That's not something you can predict. I got jousted there. Oh well, good start. Yeah, they double turned around, like, yeah. This game's physics system is so robust that there's a lot of stuff that you just can never actually... Like, you have to predict... In general in this game, you have to predict 10 things in a row in .10 milliseconds. At, like, for a half hour, if you're playing the longer categories. If you're going for 1 million points, that is. But, you can only predict 10 things at a time because of your human brain. And you can only react in that amount of time because of your human brain. And Joust NES is far more granular and, robust than that. You have to play 100% perfectly and get 1000% lucky to do what I'm doing with this game. Even in these early waves, as you just saw. No chance for 50k or 100k here. So let's just try to make it far. Okay, I'll go this way. I forgot. I forgore. Just gotta keep that gratitude. The ceiling bounces for the win. I thought about screen wrapping there, but that would have been really risky. I'm making smarter decisions now. Here and there. I made some really stupid ones earlier in this stream. Okay. Very average start here. But I've played well in this run so far. Now for things to get harder and harder forever. Here comes Terry. this is a terrible situation. If that bounder doesn't come down, I'm dead. Thankfully, he came down right when I needed him to. I got lucky there. Oops. That's right, come on down. Oh. Goodbye, Bounder. I'll take that. Oh, what a play. Thankfully, it worked out later. What is this Bounder doing? Yeah, you gotta watch out for the back one more than the front one. Bye, Terry. Somehow didn't lose any lives yet. I have made it to wave 21 without losing a single life a few times in recent days, but it's unbelievably difficult. It involves a lot of frickin' luck, as everything in Joust. Thank you for being slow, Terry. 10 lives already. I can't believe that worked. I can't believe that didn't. I'll take it. Joust. Yikes. I had to bail there. This is looking rough. This could be a very bad wave. Oh, I got... Yeah, so... I got the corner jank there. It looked like I bounced off the hunter, but I didn't. I bounced off the very edge of the corner of that platform. That was the worst possible thing that could have happened. Nice. Very slow start compared to the ones I've done. Like, that's at least 30 seconds slower. That's than my previous two starts. It's just all up to the game. It just didn't give me any fast waves. Only one death compared to the multiple deaths of the other. Here come the Shadow Lords. Zoomy, 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 zoomy. Goodbye. That was ambitious and lucky. I'll take that. That was ambitious and lucky. I mean, not as ambitious, I was locked in my movement. Yeah, he does enjoy those lava baths sometimes, and I'll never begrudge him that. I will always take it. There's a fast wave. Sea lives for now. That could be gone at any moment. Perfect play. Terry. That was close. Now that was a very ambitious play. I knew the timer was close, and I lucked out there. Very good start. I should always be very proud of myself for getting a run like this at all. Bounders plus Hunters plus Shadow Lords are the worst. This is my least favorite configuration. I'm much happier with just all Shadow Lords than I am with any of this nonsense, because stuff like that can happen. When you know it's all Shadow Lords, you know what to expect. When it's everybody at once, it's just pure chaos. Perfect play by him. I'm just not winning these interactions nearly as often as I was. Here comes Terry. I got away with it. Down to B lives now. Happy spawns. Hiya! Oh, what a rise at that exact moment. Nice play by the Hunter. You gotta give it up. Made it to the 30s again. I can't believe that missed. We're in trouble. Okay. That Hunter was plotting. My bad. Uh-oh. Oh, and he changed his mind at the last moment. I thought he was dive bombing. Perfect. Okay, that's the sort of wave that I need to be happening for the rest of this playthrough. That's what was happening a lot early on, and has not been happening lately. Nice triple attack. I can't believe I got away with my life there. Perfect ceiling glue. I got very lucky there. Late 30s. I'm very happy with this run so far, no matter what happens from here. Very unlikely to survive at all for the rest of the game. No matter how many lives you have. What is this Shadow Lord doing? Look at that ceiling glue. Is he ever gonna come down? He came down too far. What? Oh my gosh, what a god. And that's the sort of thing that could be happening for all the waves in the rest of the game. One guy just being way too good. Forever, yep. And this also could be happening for the rest of the game. An early death into a low spawn into I am completely screwed. How did that not kill? Yep, now we're below 10 lives. And we're losing a crap ton. And perfect ceiling glue. Nothing I can do about any of this. I'm playing very well. The game just decided to do that, and that's it. It could also decide to feed them perfectly to me, all in a row, all immediately. And that was happening way more often before. How? What? I went straight through him and didn't kill him. Nope, perfect. Run's dead. I did my best. Good beginning. Just gotta get those good starts and see if the game decides to not kill you. And it decided to kill me. It wasn't a super fast run anyway. Nice. No sub 15 wave 39, that's not what I'm looking for, so whatever. We'll keep this going just for fun. See if we can get a run past wave 49, which I had never done a single time 10 days ago. Wow, nice drop there. Nice drop again. This guy might survive for another 40 seconds. Okay. 4 lives to do another 50 levels. I don't think that's gonna happen. Not 50, but 40 levels. Perfect ceiling glue. Nothing I can do. That's Joust for the NES. Okay, back to another life. I've survived way too long on 0 lives before. That was really well played by me. Oh my gosh. The way I avoided that hunter was actually really good. Yep, I went a frame too early. Somehow made it to wave 46. Getting past wave 49 here would be a big victory. We're gonna be like 2 minutes behind world record, but whatever. Oops, all Shadow Lords. Can't believe that didn't kill. Yeah, not much I could do about that. Okay, cool. I knew that was the perfect timing for the second Terry, so I stopped. Who knows if this run ends up continuing way longer, that was a huge moment. Got unlucky. Two waves left for wave 49. I'm in danger. That's what can happen, and what has happened for me a lot in the early days of this. Not as much lately. Yeah, isn't that awesome? It's so satisfying. And I can't believe I'm alive, and now I'm not. We did it! We got to wave 50. I was very, very close to resetting when I got to 0 lives, but this is fun. Thank you for the GG. I don't have to have 20 lives at this point and on a perfect pace to have fun fighting Shadow Lords. It's really nice to fight Shadow Lords, and I know that's absolutely bonkers. Gonna spawn Terry up here. Hello? Hello? This is my favorite part of the game. Just hanging out up here and seeing if people feed into me. Oh, nice dodge. Perfect. I'm likely dead here, especially because they are not giving me any opening. They just gave me one, but then they played perfectly. Yep. Alright. Yep. Game is not really cooperating anymore. That was a fun last few minutes, though. Thank you for the GG, Zach. Hope you all enjoyed that run. Let's see if we can do any better than that. What was that, wave 53? This is also one of the most brutal NES games. It's one of the hardest to control, even though it's a very good physics system. Unfortunately, some of the platforms have some jank, and the ground as well. But the physics are really, really, really hard to master, and even when you do, there are a lot of situations where you're just dead. Because you cannot change directions fast enough in the physics. And the fact that the AI, the Shadow Lords move as fast as they do and have as many options, like every single enemy has as many options as they do. And, they're basically random on every single frame. It's a lot. I seem to have every single conceivable world record in this game as it stands, and when I say record, I mean actually recorded, because maybe people have beaten what I've done, but they just haven't recorded and shared it. I seem to have made it the farthest any human has ever made it, which is wave 91. Twice. Which blows my frickin' mind. I seem to have the highest high score. 1,108,000 points. And I have all the speed world records as they stand on speedrun.com. Not all of them are posted yet. It's a lot for NES cardinality to process right now. I'm giving him infinite leeway. I completely understand. Ceiling bounce! Terry? Nope. It was a pretty bad wave. Well, that's embarrassing. Corner... See, there's some corner jank there. That's something that killed me in the last run. If you land on the very corner of one of the edges of those platforms, then it'll send you directly in the opposite direction at the same opposite momentum. And you're usually not expecting it, and it usually kills you. Because it's very precise. Get Terry down here, and then I'll get the egg. Now. Okay, bye. Okay, bye. Thank you. And thank you. Alright. 100,000 points. A tenth of the way there. It's that simple. Nice spawns. Okay. I'm going for it. Yay! Good wave. Here they come! Yeah, that was yeah, the way he dropped, and the way he dropped, that was... The game just went Super Saiyan. And then he hit the... Yeah. I just got jousted so hard. That's all you can say. I just got jousted. And now he's free. Let's keep this going for whatever reason. You never know what could happen from here. But I just got dominated by the game. Many times in a span of 10 seconds. The game did like 5 absolutely perfect plays in a row. That can just happen at any time in Joust NES. You just gotta give it up. I was ready for that. This is actually a very fast start. It's too bad about the lives. That's 3 sub-6 wave 20s. Tonight. I haven't been getting any of those in the last few days. That bounder's gonna be a problem. Nope, we're fine. Terry's stuck, poor thing. I'm a little lucky I got away alive there. Because I had no movement there. I was just a sitting duck. Whoa! That perfect stop was godlike. Nothing I could have done. The Shadow Lords can do absolutely anything. At any frame. Yep. Pace is no longer good. And my lives are hurting even more now. I got jousted again. Perfect drops. Perfect drop. That was my fault. That was the first death of the run. The second death of the run, that was my fault. The first one was really early. Yeah, pace is bad now. Can't believe I survived that. Normally you bounce off there, but the bounder was stuck in the ground, and so that's the only situation where you don't bounce off, and that killed me. It's been that kind of a run so far. I've gotten basically every single possible death that you can possibly get. We'll see more. We'll see way more. Which already immediately disproves what I just said. Nice. There he is. Come on, buddy. Thank you. Blow off a little bit of steam there. Yep. That was... yeah, even bounders can be unreactable. You will die to bounders. That's one of the rules of Joust. Perfect ceiling glue. Game's just... had enough of me, unfortunately. My luck has gone out. Pretty awesome I'm getting so many sub-6 wave 20s, though. That's really cool. Gotta take whatever victory I can in this situation. Including the fact that I had nothing but victories in the first 8 days. There is that! There is that. I'm getting this pattern so often now, it's wild. That's interesting behavior. Sure, I'll keep going just because I am so puzzled by having never seen that interaction before. And now I will reset. I'm playing mostly really well tonight. Yeah, that's exactly how it goes. I just realized I need to turn on my desktop audio because I can't hear anything. The fact that I couldn't hear anything already somehow didn't tip me off that I should check my desktop audio to make sure it wasn't muted. So I'll have to forego the bird boogie in this run. This will probably be the god run. And it'll have no bird boogie. Now I can hear alerts and stuff. But yeah, like, whenever they dive bomb like that, it is very much a fish flop, and it usually immediately kills you. They're usually perfect dive bombs. Glad we made it past wave 49 tonight. Not the worst wave 6. Not great, but not too bad. That perfect frame 1 turnaround by the hand just to mess with the player. I love this game. I'm having a lot of fun right now, actually. I wasn't earlier today. This just feels good. Even when the game is annihilating me. Just saying c'est la vie. And c'est la vie to that bounder. I always like to do that for swag. Extend the sound by combining 2 sounds. This is not the best wave 11. Gotcha. I did not lose a life there. I lost like 20 seconds, but I did not lose a life. That is an accomplishment. I might have to clip that later as well. I got lucky that the way I played it happened to be perfect, but I'm really happy. I'm playing really well tonight. I've been playing so much freaking Joust lately, so I guess it makes sense. Like, yes, I've made a few errors, both execution and, like, thought-wise, that have cost me lives, but that's just gonna happen. No matter how well you're playing, usually. Yeah, slow pace because of how long that wave 11 took, but I still feel cool that I survived it. Whoa, what a play! How did I just tie with that bounder instead of die? I'm also, like, I'm getting good luck in this run so far, in that regard. 100,000 points, a tenth of the way to the goal. Now for things to get harder forever. Oh, I survived, I survived, I survived, I survived, I survived. Wow, okay. 10 lives. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Okay. Oh my. Ho-ho! You will die to bounders. That was mostly a pterodactyl death, but the bounder was the one that had the honors. So good for that bounder. That was a heck of a play by the game once again. I got annihilated. What a night this has been. That was unbelievable. That's 3 clips so far that I really want to see. Oh, what a drop. Goodbye, bounder. How long is he going to be perfectly glued? I'm going for it. I'm not interested in that right now. Come on, bro. Can't believe it worked out. This has been such a weird run. Whee! Here come the Shadow Lords. perfect ceiling glue. That time it didn't work out for me, and now I am dead. Guess I can hang out down here for now. This is a disaster wave. Yep, nice, perfect turnaround by Terry. Nice dodge. Yep, and nice perfect turnaround by Terry. That's two incredible plays by Terry in a row. Perfect. Game is saying no. My luck has run out for this run. Yeah, please help me out, Terry. If you're thirsty for blood, can you take out some of the enemies for me, please? For me too, as well, please. For two, also. Nice, perfect ceiling glue at that moment. When they drift like that, it's tougher to kind of process that they have the perfect height. Nice, perfect dodges. Nice, perfect dodge. Finally, a good play by me to avoid a Terry death. Run's not looking so good in time or lives. Let's keep playing. 200,000 points. Okay. I cannot believe that bounder didn't kill me. Oh my. I reacted really well there. I'm starting to really be able to read things that are about to happen on screen wraps. I saw that coming. I got the corner bounce. Bad luck. Maybe I was a frame off. Like, that partially my fault. Won the first interaction there, lost the second one. Only 8 lives here. Nice. Good wave there at least. Into the 30s again. Danger, Will Robinson. Nice, perfect. Nice! That was way too good by the game. Nice. Nice. It's just over. Joust NES. Perfect ceiling glue. Disaster wave. They are dodging like gods right now. Yeah, again. Perfect. Perfect timing. Perfect dive bomb. Perfect dodge. Yeah, there's always a certain point where I get several waves in a row where where my luck just completely dries out. And every enemy goes Super Saiyan. So once again, I am so happy that I managed to somehow have those 8 days of unbelievable luck. And I was able to convert like I did. Nice miss. Oh, okay, I'll take that. Totally intentional. 300,000 points. Perfect. They're just very often leaving no pixel of space from the ceiling and just being unkillable. And that wasn't happening that often earlier on. Yeah, just as planned. I wanted to do a Terry kill there. Game didn't let me. Just a casual 50 seconds lost there, and about half my lives. Because Joust said so. Surely everything will go perfectly for the next 60 waves. Nice miss. That worked out way better than I thought it was going to. Just as planned. Perfect ceiling glue, and then I hit my head. Perfect. Thank you. Thank you. We might not make it to wave 49 here. I hit my head at the worst possible time. And that was perfect play by them. Nice dodge. I hit my head. That's really not good. I died 3 times in that wave to just barely bonking my head at the exact moment that they were right there. So that's you're never gonna get a max out or a million points if you keep making mistakes right at the worst moment. Not much I could do there. We saved time! That went so well! In the 40s. We made it to the 40s again, at least. See, that's an interaction where it looked like I died. And that the game was giving those to me a lot more often before. Yeah, I was too low. but there wasn't much I could do about any of that. And speaking of not much I can do, check this out. Hey, I made it up. I can't believe how good I've been at actually finding opportunities. But calling that, like, the swarm of hell above me having opportunities is a very strong word, but you know what I mean. That was badly played by me. I can't blame the game for that. Hey, hey! Hey, hey! Things actually going... Oh, no. Oh, no! He's going to kill me! Ah! Boom! Ah! Ah! Boom! Ah! Boom! That's what I said. Spawns? Since when... do I get those? Ow, my head. Can we possibly make it to wave 50 on this sad state of affairs? They phase through the platform there. That happens very often with Shadow Lords. They're too cool for collisions. I had to bail because I had to be able to react to somebody coming up from below, so I missed all those juicy spawns. Nice, perfect tie with Terry there, right as I went for an egg, because this game is absolutely incredible. I am dead. 0 lives. I got 1 life from the spawns. Oh, yay! Really? I need spawns again. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Oh, we got there. 500,000 points. Unfortunately, I will not make it to wave 50. Unless? Unless? No. That's how things have been going. Having massive trouble getting even halfway. After I made it to wave 91 twice in 12 hours. Once live and then once offline the next morning. The game has shut the door completely. I can't get past the 50s since then, and I've been putting a lot of attempts in. A lot of attempts in, and I can't get past the 50s anymore. Yep, I muted the mic to blow my nose, and that... Only about 30% of the time, I remember to unmute. I'm so sorry. Thank you so much, Dugnacious. Some things I said during that, thank you all for being here so much. It's really nice to have you. I hope you're enjoying so far. And also, I was talking about how waves 3 and 4 are usually impossible to do quickly. Which is much less important. I'll booty bounce. You think I won't? You think I won't booty bounce? I've had better moments than that. I really thought, because, your landing capabilities are very difficult to, discern in this game, because look at how long my legs are. There's a certain point where if you're above the ground or a platform, below the height of your legs, you'll just booty bounce. And so you won't land on your feet. But if you're at the height of your feet, when it looks like you're way above the ground, then you'll just land on your feet. I thought that was about to happen on the corner of that floor. But it didn't. And so I went into the lava and died. Nice spawns. Nice spawn! Birdie putt. Nice birdie. Everybody wave to the eggs. Really good points here. Not a great time, but if we get the God waves 6 and 7, then this will be 50k. We did not. I mean, maybe it's still possible, but it won't be... Yeah, we did not get it. We got 0 spawns, in fact. Take all that! Give me 0 spawns and you think the wave's gonna go slow? Well, think again. Joust NES for the Nintendo GameCube. Oh, that could have been a disaster. After all the trash I just talked. Pretty fun start. And decent time. Thank you for the woohoo. Yeah, I feel good about this run so far. And I got that to happen. Time for things to get weird. Wave 11 is where things start to get really weird. I almost did something really weird there, and forgot that there were 7 again. That's what you sound like. Hello, everybody. It's nice to see you! Terry. Well, that was a wave. It was very slow, but it was a wave. It is not over yet. It is not over yet. You're the best, Terry. I hate you. Thanks, buddy. That was definitely classic Terry. Zyzy! The 3-stream streak. The power of having a dump truck bird will save me. I hope so. Because my luck has seemed to massively run out with this game. Which I am not complaining about. I'm having a great time playing it right now. You are so stuck right now. I've made it past wave 49 once tonight, which is back to being a huge accomplishment for me because the game has shut the gosh dang door in my face. I made it to wave 91 twice in 12 hours a couple days ago, and I've done a lot of attempts since, and I can't get past the 50s anymore. The game's just saying, no. No, 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 you don't. I'm done with you. Good day, sir. Nice drop. He's doing his own bird boogie! And he's doing his own Terry boogie! Well, that was fun. It was really slow. But I feel enriched. My timer feels engorged. How much of a problem is this about? Oh, look at him go to the ceiling. Look at him. Oh, he's so smart. I'm so proud of him. Not the sorts of spawns I would like to see. I got the weird corner bounce again. And I'm alive now! Oh my god, that was a good drop. You will die to bounders. One of the rules of Joust. One of the rules of Joust. What an incredible play by that bounder. I think that was my first death. And there was basically nothing I could have possibly done about it. Nice ceiling glue. Thank you for stopping it. I cannot believe that bounder didn't go in the lava. There he goes, okay. Very slow start, but I've had a lot of frickin' fun in this run. You are bound to die to them, thank you. That is what I'm talking about, baby! Let's go! I think that was in my head at one point and I forgot. I forgot that that joke existed, and so I'm very happy to hear it again. Perfect play. Now I'm dead. Run's over. It's been fun. Thanks for coming. It's over. There's no way to get back. I want to highlight this run just because it's been fun. Yeah, this is the sort of thing, like, early on in runs, that's just been, like, the game just doesn't, it's just not letting me anymore. It's not letting me play anymore. Developing the weirdest craving for teriyaki. Haha, yes! Yes! Nice ceiling glue. I've run out of patience, unfortunately. Because I know this run's dead. Yeah, that was a really fun run, holy cow. The pace wasn't good at all, but it was a joy.
Yeah, we've all been there.
Haven't we? Yeah, I was gonna start my recap at 2 hours, but I'm just having so much fun right now. I was not expecting to have this much fun, because I knew there was no way the game was gonna let me have another deep run the way things have been going. And I thought it was gonna bother me, but I think I've actually convinced myself that the first 8 days I should be eternally joyful about, and I think I am. I have nothing more to prove. I know that I could get 1,000,000 points way faster. I may never do it. But maybe that's okay. I may never even make it to the 70s again. We've got to get back to the 70s! Oh, they love showing off their pathfinding to cost you as much time as possible. This is where we're gonna get a really good wave 6. Aw. I thought it was coming! I mean, that was not bad, though. I thought it was gonna be the 6 straight spawns. Ceiling bounces for the win. A rare moment of the hunter getting caught by the hand. It has. I've seen it happen to the Shadow Lords a couple times too in this past 10 days. Got the egg bonus. That feels good. Into the 11s. The teens, as they say. Hup. Hup. I'm going for it! Very nice. Hup. Hup. Oh, that's not what I expected! Huh. Okay. Nice drop. And almost got me with that. You deserve to kill me there, Hunter. With that perfect co-op with Terry. He loves swimming. Nice ceiling glue, dickhead. You dickhead! You dickhead! Die! I love having fun. It feels fun. I wish I could have been like this during the 1,000,000 points world record instead of gently whining the entire time. But that was back when I had expectations because the game had been treating me Are you okay, Bounder? He just rail grinded for, like, 6 hours. A good flyer, but his swimming skills are terrible. Thank you. It is always incredible to have you. 100,000 points. A tenth of the way there already. What could possibly go wrong? Hiya. Ten lives. Terry's very confused. I wouldn't know, Mr. Exister. There are a lot of coincidences in Diminish from designs that are familiar from other things. Goodbye, Bounda. How is he not despawned? Okay. Okay. Nice spawns. Incredible. I feel so good right now. Nice dive bomb, but I was ready, you fool. Oh, nice ceiling glue. Yeah! Huh! I'm really happy with that wave. Toby Fox is a diminished fan. 100% chance. We all know it's true. Hiya, hiya. This run is pretty awesome. It's not incredible pace, but I feel I might love this run even more than the last one. So it's time for the game. It's time for Joust to joust it. Because it's here come the Shadow Lords. I wanted to spawn Terry up there. You phase through the ceiling. You will die to bounders. That's one of the rules of Joust. I didn't have to that time, but I was in a really awkward situation. That worked out really well. Had to bail. Oh, that was a perfect play by the hunter. They are perfectly out of sync. Wow, they are in God mode. They're in God mode. They're in God mode. Okay. Okay. Die. Stop playing with me like that. That was like the worst wave of this run so far. Which means the run has been pretty good, honestly. Yeah, perfect play, the double team. Oh, I mistimed there, okay. Nice. 2 terrible waves in a row. Run is not so good anymore. I mean, it was never great timing-wise, but now it's not so clean. Time for the rhythmic flapping. Nice. Incredible. Absolutely incredible. You are... Nothing you do in Joust allows you to be safe. It's impossible. You cannot be safe in Joust. NES. They've thought of absolutely everything. Run sucks now. It was fun while it lasted. It was really fun while it lasted. Joust has jousted me, as I expected. Look at you go. You're gonna kill me. I'm shocked he didn't kill me. Because he was playing like a god there. Goodbye. This is gonna be some hefty time loss. If I make it past here. They're having fun. Whoa, I thought I stopped. Ha! That would have been a little silly. Ceiling bounce and nothing. Ceiling bounce and nothing. Ceiling bounce, okay. Yikes, yikes, yikes. You can use your judgment for that one, Mr. Exister. I think you know the answer. Oh! I've been getting that glitch a lot lately. That time I was able to react to it, because I've seen it a lot lately. You're free. Like former coyote endlessly chasing a roadrunner called the past. Perfect ceiling glue! I had to go for him because I had to cover him getting me on the spawner. And now the run is over because there's no way to get back up. They decided to come down. Nice. Ursat's welcome. Unfortunately, my jousting luck has completely run dry. I'm not getting any deep runs anymore. Nor am I getting any good paces. Hey, but that was cool. That was a decent wave. First time in a while. Well, I'm alive for now. Did not look like I was going to be. Nice, perfect dodge. Nice, perfect, positioning. Nice triple kill. I sure needed that. One of those things actually was nice for me. 300,000 points, almost a third of the way there. Still in the 30s. Perfect. I can't catch a break anymore, unfortunately. Hey, I caught a break. I caught a break! Wow. That was unbelievable. Terry, are you okay? That was maybe the best lower stage stuff that has ever happened for me. Nice dodge. This portion of the run is sponsored by Kit Kat. Gotta bail. Break me off a piece of that shadow, Lord. Wave 39. Gotta bail. Okay. We were in trouble. That's what you sound. Oh, I suck. I could have avoided that death there. He was not so totally glued to the ceiling. Into the 40s. I'm bailing. Good thing I did. Oh, what a perfect play! I thought I had him there. He's gonna kill me. What a... This game has the best AI ever made. The smartest AI ever made. You know, he knew exactly what was happening there. And he knew exactly what to do, and he had the perfect ability to do it. That's unbelievable. That is Joust NES. I jumped. I can't believe I'm alive. Large Lance model, LLM, yes. LLLLLL. I'm bailing. This could take a while. Okay. Give me some spawns, please. Hey, yeah. Hey, yeah, yeah, yeah. I actually decided to move that time. Maybe I should do that more often, but that was really lucky. Can we make it past wave 49 again? It's gonna be up to if we can not get these early deaths. And that's all up to the game. Uh-oh. That didn't bounce? Okay. This could take a while. Yay. Yep, that egg's gonna survive right on the edge. Extra points, I guess. I do need those. Oops, all Shadow Lords. This is my favorite part of the game, except for when they play absolutely perfectly, and I die early, and I'm dead. And I've died, and I'm dead, and I'm dead, and I'm died. I am died! I am died! I'm lucky. Hey! Oh, he just was perfect. Just barely was perfect. That's been happening a lot. 2 more waves to get past wave 49 again. I am bailing. Won those interactions, thankfully. Ah, he's perfect. Hey-ya. No sub 19, if we survive this. Our wave 49 completion times have been so consistent. Like, mid-19s every single time. I got unlucky there, and I got unlucky there. I got unlucky there, but then I got lucky after I got unlucky. If you know what I mean. Okay. Another wave 49 completion. You are died. About a minute slower than what I'd like here, but I just can't. I just can't get that. So now, for the perilous dance, let's see how long the game decides to let us have it. It hasn't been letting us. Lately. In the last few days, it's just not wanted to dance with me. It is sick of me. What are you up to, you dummy? I mean, you incredibly... It's not... You are not dumb. That is the opposite of what you are. That's the problem. You are unbelievable. You're a Joust AI. You're a Joust NES AI, which means you're the smartest thing ever made. He's not dead, by the way. Come to me. I tried. Hiya! Thank you. Double Terry. Never a good sign for time, but I kept my lives there. Bailing. Nice dodges. Wow. Oh no! I am below. Very lucky. I'm bailing. Bully? My drift to the right there was exactly what I needed. There are so many tiny things you have to do. It's not just going to the ceiling and praying. You have to do so many little drifts. Sir? 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 Have fun with the fact that the game is dominating you. Just have fun. Why not just have fun? Even though you're losing 40 seconds to one enemy, why not just make a little bit of fun out of it? Every single time the stage is in this layout, especially if I die early, it is so curtains. Or at least it could be. Gotta watch out for Terry. So it is so curtains, that's what I'm talking about. Because look at this. Hey! Perfect. I'm just gonna let that egg... Are you okay, buddy? Is your pathfinding having a real one right now? Game is not letting me have anything right now. It's decided that it is sick of me. It has decided that it's sick of me. It's not letting me win any of these interactions. Nothing I can do. Maybe we can make it to the 60s at least. Nice. Perfect. He got to me at the absolute peak of his height. Oh, he turned to the left! Wow! I thought I had him! This was another fun run. We will not be making it much farther than this. And we just lost an unbelievable amount of time as well. I'm just so sad that these runs keep dying so much earlier than they were because I have so much fun doing this. I love fighting the Shadow Lords so much more than everything else. We are 2/3 of the way to our goal, but only 4 lives left. Into the 60s. The game doesn't seem to want to do the dance anymore, but let's keep giving it the chance to. Perfect height. That's just what that's what was not happening to me before. They were just cooperating. Way more often. Oh well. No early spawns either. Uh-oh. Yeah, I hit my head. I can't, there's too much information. I can't parse this. It's better to spawn on the bottom in this situation. I got jousted. No spawns. I just barely got a life in time. $700,000 points. I am the dead. Oh yeah. When it goes full FU mode, there's nothing you can do. Another incredibly fun run. Game just has no interest in letting me get deep anymore. I mean, that's pretty deep. That's pretty deep. I got to the 60s. That was, I mean, before 10 days ago, that was not the world record, because, I need to memorize the name of the person who did the super deep Famicom run. It was the second deepest run ever, it would have been the second deepest run ever recorded. But now I've gotten to Wave 91 twice, and so I've ruined the game. I've ruined my own, goal setting. We got to 700k there. But our lives were already gone at that point. I just want to keep playing now. I'm actually having an incredible time. I want to fight Shadow Lords. Ugh. Ah! Why am I having fun? I wasn't supposed to be having fun! I thought I was out of patience. And sad about how the game was completely shutting the door on me now. Curse you, video games! I can't believe they've done this to me. Nice spawns. That's what happens at the start of this game. You know you're in for a good time whenever the first thing that happens at the beginning of the game is a scream of bloody murder. Like, yep, that is exactly what it's like to play Joust NES. Yeah. That's what happens to you. It's my favorite Wave 2 pattern there. Burb Boogie. Yeah, that was really aggro. I wanted to see if I could get a super fast start there. But I knew they were going to do the perfect play, because they do every single time. Because the AI in this game is a little bit too smart for its own good. Wave 2. Fight! Running? Nice. Well, that was all very strange, and I got no points. This is like the lowest points I've ever had at Wave 4. Nice spawns. Nice corner jank. I'll take it. I did not kill me. In a way, it is nice to be reminded that what I have accomplished with this game is difficult to do. Because, like, my 35-minute and 20-second 1 million points time, because I had several paces a few minutes ahead of that, I was like, oh no, my time's gonna get destroyed if anybody else goes for this. Which, I mean, who are we kidding? I'd be very, very lucky if anybody else ever goes for this. But two, all of a sudden I can't even get past the 60s. Also, that was cool. Give it, thank you. Still unbelievably low points. 50k is not possible. Yeah, we're 5,000 points too low for 50k. If miracles happen, maybe 100k can happen. Happen. Terrible behavior. 100k is not possible anymore. Because Wave 6 is one of the big deciders, because it almost never, ever goes well. Okay, egg. Bye. Leg! Nice spawns. Birdie putt. Oh my. Ceiling bounce into hitting nothing but air is always a heck of a feeling. Terry's coming here. This is a terrible wave. A terrible wave. Take this! That's how I feel about how that wave went. Nice! Thank you for all being together. I was gonna take the death there, but how? Terry just got robbed. Wow, that I should have 1,000,000% been dead there. At first you don't succeed, fly again. Unless you died. And then you can't try again. Or fly again. Which is what I said. You're the best, Terry. Unless you're Apollo. Ceiling bounces for the win. Goodbye. Very slow start, but whatever. Almost impossible to get fast starts these days. 100,000 points, a tenth of the way to our goal. Yeah. Math. Oh my... That's 2 times that Terry had me there, and finally, the game robbed me that time. Like, it gave me a bit of corner jank to kill me. Right after it somehow, like, didn't have Terry kill me again. When I was 1,000,000,000% dead. Nice perfect ceiling glue. Nice confusion play. Terrible wave. And I have to go all the way down for the egg. Oh, no, Joust, that is one of Joust NES's favorite things to do, is get your hopes up. 1,000,000,000%. That is one of the things it is absolutely best at. Ceiling bounce killed me there. This is so slow. Oh my goodness. Double kill. Nothing I could do there. I was caught in no movement. If I had tried to flap to the left, then I wouldn't have been able to get to the ground where I could actually start running. So that was just, Speaking of times where I was 1,000,000% dead, and I didn't die, that was a time where I was 1,000,000% dead, period. And there was literally nothing I could do. Even if I tried to flap up, he would have just perfectly followed me upward. Dum, 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 dum. Had to. Okay, bye. Wave 6. Not the worst wave 6. Whoa, they had fun together. I'm here for it. Party at the left spawner. I missed everybody, and that is ceiling glue. I'm going for it. Yay! Nice drop. We're getting Terry here because this is a disaster. Take that. That's how I feel about that. Hey! Hey! Hey. Oh, what am I doing? I keep forgetting that there are 7 spawns here now. That's not something that I usually do. I'm so blocked off in every single way. Terry? There we go. Nice dodge. You can't escape that, buddy. Going for it. Yay! Good last two waves there. 100,000 points. A tenth of the way to our goal. Yes! I knew I was getting the corner bounce, and I was able to play it perfectly. That feels good. I missed that egg because it is the size of a pixel, basically. In its actual detection. Sometimes it is in the direct center of your body and you do not pick it up. I wonder if it also has something to do with, like, when the game detects that contact is made with things. Bro! Oh my god, he's never dying. He's never dying! He's immortal. Oh my god, it's possible! I'm dying to this bounder, though. Well, that was about 20 seconds lost. Love to see it. To one hunter. Yep, double Terrys. Perfect. I couldn't turn around in time, so my only option was to try to commit to going below him. But he was just the AI in this game is some of the smartest ever made. Here come the Shadow Lords. I missed that hunter, which could be a huge problem. It was not. This one might be a huge problem. I cannot believe I didn't die. I'm dead. Usually Terry nails that double turnaround. Not that time. What is going on? This is not working. This is going to be at least 30 seconds lost. And I got killed by a bounder because it perfectly dive bombed. That's Joust. That is Joust NES. Even the easiest enemies in the game have the smartest AI ever made. Perfect ceiling glue. I'm lucky to be alive. I'm lucky to be alive there too. That was also perfect ceiling glue. Nice. That egg is in a really bad spot. Very slow pace here. Let's just try to get to all Shadow Lords, because that's where I have the most fun. These next 20 waves are the biggest problem for me. Where it's hunters and yeah, because they can just perfectly team up like that. And we still got a frickin' bounder. Which makes it way worse. At least they can die like that. Perfect. I was caught directly in between those two. I did not know what to do. I think I was dead no matter what. To be honest. Maybe I should have gone high. Yeah. Oh! I lived that?! I just took my finger off the controller because I was, again, 1,000,000% dead. But the game just gave it to me. Again, that's what was happening way more often in the first 8 days. I was just getting so lucky with those interactions. Thank you for bonking there. Into the 30s again. I haven't gotten any more than 12 lives so far this session, and that hurts. Perfect sandwich again! This game is going hard in the last 2 days, and I have no way back. That poor bird got trapped again. I did what I had to do to... I had to take that death. Oh my god, you're so cute. You're so cool. What an absolute genius AI. Oh, whoa, Terry. Not sure why you're doing any of what you're doing, but you're a Shadow Lord, so... You don't have to make sense, you just have to be chaos. And you're doing your job. Oh, what a perfect move. And again, frame perfect move by the Shadow Lord to kill me. Oh! I keep forgetting that those birds actually have collision when they don't have a rider yet. Somehow I didn't die. Once again, we are hanging on for dear life and still on hellaciously slow pace, because I don't get fast paces anymore from this game. It is done with me. Oh, my legs caught on the ground. Nice. One of the things that can help you when you're ready for it, but you're never ready for it. It completely kills your upward momentum. And usually results in your death, like it did there. Oh. 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 I guess I'll take the fact that I'm alive. I will certainly not complain about that. Come down here, please. Not you, Terry. Die! Thank you. Very risky, but I'll do it. Because this run is not fast, so it might as well be cool. I can't believe I'm alive. Those are the sorts of interactions that I've been losing. Thank you. There's a good wave. If I can ever get this egg. Hey, we saved some time there. I did not think there was any chance this was going to be sub 15, wave 39, but there we are. We need miracle after miracle after miracle after miracle for another 20 minutes. Will the game continue to do the dance with me, or will it get fed up with me as it has been lately? What are you doing? Thank you for that first wave game. Into the 40s. I'm alive. I'm alive. I am alive! I'm dead. Oh my god. I knew it. Why did I do that? Why did I do that? It's like, how long have I been alive? Oh wait, exactly long enough. Whoops! I'm already in the transition. Nice ceiling glue. Oh, nice! I moved right and it still wasn't enough. Oh, nice move. I think the game is starting to get sick of me again. Yep, I think it's starting to get sick of me. I'm losing all the interactions again. Less than 10 lives. That is a disaster. Oops, all Shadow Lords. At least we made it to this part. Will the game punish me for enjoying this? Will it not let me actually enjoy it at all and just kill me? Yep, that was, it made me bonk my head there. Okay, I forgot about Terry, and I got away with it! Okay, we got extra points from an extra Shadow Lord, I guess. I will take that. Very, very, very slow. Hey, double kill, okay. This could take a while. And many lives. You can just tell when a Shadow Lord is going to survive for 20 seconds or more. Again, not the sort of thing that was happening to me early on. in this grind. And okay, I lost. Now look at this. Here they come. Yep, and I bonked my head. Nice, perfect ceiling glue. They don't usually do that, but they've been doing it a lot more often. Missed. World record chances for 1 million points are now over. Time-wise, that is. Really, dude? I'm not even gonna get a sub 20. This is gonna be my first time completing Wave 49 in more than 20 minutes. So yeah. Maybe this will be the run that completes 1 million points, because... What a play! Oh my god, they're so good! Smartest AI ever made. Like, show me smarter AI. 20 minutes flat. My first ever non-sub 20 Wave 49 completion. Okay. That's like my 20th Wave 49. Okay. It is what it is. At least I get to fight some Shadow Lords and die because they're perfect, because the game is sick of me. Rock617! Thank you so much for raiding. I hope you had an amazing stream. Welcome everybody from Rock stream. I hope you all enjoyed. I am now dead. I am playing one of the cruelest and most unfair games on the NES, Joust NES, the port of the arcade game from 1982. It is unsolvable. The AI is some of the smartest AI ever made, and it will use that to its advantage at all times. And it's also got these unreactable enemies, and this is happening now. Thank you so much. Yep, perfect dive bomb. Thank you so much for the raid. Believe it or not, even though I'm currently dying in the 50s again. Stream was game, nice. That is the end of that run. I really appreciate the raid, thank you. So I played this game a lot for speedrun.com 3 years ago, and 4 and 3 years ago. Then I left it for 3 years because it was just destroying me in every single possible way. And I was trying to become the second person to ever submit Wave 49 completion to speedrun.com after NES Cardinality, and I just could not. I just banged my head into the wall over and over and over and over and over, and it just wasn't possible for me. Then I came back 3 years later and did it second try, and now I've made it to Wave 91 twice. I've got every single conceivable world record that is known in this game, including points, progress, and all of the times, all of the speedrun times. Let's do at least one more live run, and I was planning on doing a big recap of that unbelievable 8 days since I returned to this game, so I can show you all that stuff I'm talking about. I've been having a great time playing tonight, though. Unfortunately, even though I made it past Wave 49 in that run, so again, I did what I could not ever do, and I wondered if I would ever do. That was like my 20th completion in the last 10 days, and it was also my slowest, and then I died soon after because the game is just so sick of me. It's not giving me any luck anymore. But I'm so grateful for all the luck it gave me in those first 8 days, and I got world records 9 straight days. After I was playing the game for many, 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 many days in a row in the years before that. And I would never get world records because it's so difficult to. It was already. I just had the most unbelievable week of gaming of my entire life. And probably had my best contributions to gaming ever in my entire life. Yeah, thank you again. Doing more alphabetical stuff. Trying out more alphabet games. You've been killing it, man. Ceiling bounce! Ceiling bounce! So, because it's impossible to control your momentum... Thank you so much for the follow, by the way. Because this game is all about, like... You have to have absolute perfect control of your character to have any chance, even in the early waves. And... Your momentum is almost impossible to change. Nice. You have to do things like these ceiling bounces to be able to change directions quickly, vertically. You want to be on the ground at all times when you're trying to move and change directions, because that's when you have the most traction and ability to move left and right. But you also want to be higher than enemies at all times, because the only way to kill enemies is to be either like 1 pixel above them, or like, yeah, anywhere from 1 pixel to beyond above them. And then you make contact with them. That's how you kill enemies. If you're at the same pixel height, you tie and just bounce off each other. And if you're below them, you die. That is how Joust works. And they can also get caught by those hands, which can be annoying. Yeah, these enemies with the Red Riders are the weakest. They are the bounders, but even they have some of the smartest AI in the history of video games, and it's not always to this game's benefit. In fact, it is often to this game's detriment, because it makes it all the more impossible to get, for most people, even beyond, like, Wave 6. This game was in one of the big 20s. I think it was number 16 or 17. One of the spring ones. And the goal was to get 100,000 points. And that usually involves just getting to wave, like, 13 or so. And even that is just absolutely freaking brutal. Because this game's incredible difficulty with the controls, the incredibly high learning curve in that regard, and just the impossible, genius AI that can do anything on any frame in a very robust physics engine is just so much to ask of any player in any situation for any goal. And I've been unbelievably lucky to have, like, the best week of gaming in any game of my entire life. I just missed everything somehow. And I can't believe I didn't die, but now I'm dead. And so after probably this run, if we can get this fairly deep, I will show off a recap. You see me camping above those spawning platforms because things like that can happen. That's good in every possible way. It's faster, it's safer, it gets you more points because you get the eggs. You collect them in midair after they leave the exploded bird, which is the worst way I could have worded that, which gives you bonus points. Like that's so good. That's very rare for these waves as well. You don't usually get luck that good on that spawning platform. So this is a good wave so far. And now we're gonna start seeing our friend Terry! There he is. Oh! I tried to kill him, and instead of killing me instead, he instead went above me instead. Anyway, video games. What are you doing? Look at that bounder perfectly glued to the ceiling. If that happens with any enemy, you're just basically dead if you try to contest them. There are so many unwinnable situations in this game. Yeah, the pathfinding for every enemy is just off the wall. I do not want to be here. But I'm okay, it worked out. Ceiling and I'm dead. I'm not dead. I miss. Usually when you miss everybody on a ceiling bounce, you're just dead. Instead. Nice, I was ready for that. So for the entire rest of the game, pterodactyls start appearing, and with incredible tracking AI, very soon into the wave. And so if you don't get absolutely incredible luck and finish waves really early on, then you have an extra enemy, which is virtually unkillable, except for basically 1 pixel that you can set up, but it's still inconsistent. And that's only if you have a very, like, clear stage and a lot of runway. So, the pterodactyl being a part of the mix is usually just... especially in certain situations, you just die. Like, let's see what happens. Oh, perfect behavior by the hunter. He rose at the exact frame that I couldn't react to. And he tried to drop the exact frame that would have saved him, but he was just barely a bit too late that time. And these are still the super early waves as far as my goals are concerned now. Like, making it to wave 17 is actually like oh my. Actually a fairly large accomplishment in general in this game. But this, like, now that I've made it to wave 91 twice, I've just ruined everything. Oh, I was still somehow moving way farther right than I thought I was. See, you have to play absolutely perfect at all times or you're dead. You have to get 1000% lucky and 100% perfect execution every single moment. And you have to save as many lives as possible, even though it can be faster to die sometimes, especially when the pterodactyl's on the field. At the end, after everybody else has been taken out. If you have any desire to go fairly deep, especially to, like, the new main category of this game, Wave 49, you have to save as many lives as possible. So playing imperfectly at all, or getting really bad luck at all, pretty much ends your ability to do any of that stuff. It's lovely. It's very much a Saria game. But I grew up with it. I grew up absolutely loving this. It's one of the first video games I ever played. So, once it's the game that got me following NES Cardinality. Once I saw that he was speedrunning this in 2017, that's when I started watching him. Perfect ceiling glue. Perfect behavior. Nice double kill. And here are the Shadow Lords, the enemies that you saw being absolute chaos earlier, when the raid happened. They are starting to appear because it's now past wave 20. They are gradually going to make up more and more of the enemy list. Nice dodge. Brum, 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 brum. And they are the least predictable, and obviously the most unbelievably fast. So they are, like, especially once you get to them, how far you make it after the Shadow Lords are a thing is even more just pure luck, because it's humanly impossible to predict anything that any enemy does. And once they're as fast as the Shadow Lords, you have to actually, like, predict, or I just camp out at the top and try to get lucky with it, with the hitbox interactions. And that has served me incredibly, at least it did serve me incredibly well for like 8 days. And it's not serving me as well anymore. Nice, perfect teamwork there. But it's still getting me past wave 49 several times tonight. Which is way more than I could have ever said before I came back to this game. We do not actually know how many waves there are. Good question. Online resources were, so the original main category of this game was actually wave 39, beating wave 39. Because online resources stated that the toughest enemy configuration, which no longer increases for the rest of the game, starts at wave 40. So NEScard saw that and was like, okay, so we should beat wave 39, and that's like the end goal of this game. Once he started beating wave 39, he noticed, wait a second, the enemies actually stop increasing in difficulty after wave 45. So that's the reason why there's a Wave 39 and a Wave 49 category now. Because Wave 49, once you beat Wave 49, that's when you've beaten the game's truest last difficulty. The thing also said, after it was wrong about that, it also said that once you beat Wave 90, the game resets to Wave 0, or Wave 1, and then it's just Wave 1 again. So Wave 89 is like the last wave. I have found out that that is also untrue. I'm dead. Because my personal best is Wave 91, and the game keeps going, and I use save states because I was curious to see what happens after Wave 100. It keeps going! So I don't know where they got their information from that everybody has been using to, like, see what happens in this game, but it's all wrong. Yeah. Okay. But yeah, we do not know how many waves there actually are, because, my guess, perfectly said, Zach, perfect timing, because I was about to say, my guess is that it might be like Tetris, where it can only store the data up to 255, and then it'll rebirth. But yeah, I seem to be the first person, especially the first non-TAS, to ever get so far in this game, which is a huge honor. And I'm going to start showing you all of the journey that led up to all of that in the past 10 days. Let's go to Twitch, my video producer page, which is now just absolutely littered with Joust stuff from the past. Alright. Let me change my title. How did I get to Wave Bounder 2? Alright, let me change my orientation here with my... this. Oh, I have to open this up like so that it'll actually do that. Will you stay? Or will you go? Oh my. Oh my. Oh my. One moment. One moment! Of course, anytime I want to be somewhat... Yes. Anytime I want to do this somewhat quickly, it's just not going to happen. Okay. And now I zoom out. Configure video. Camera control. Zoom out. Apply. Okay. And now we do a little bit of this. See if the light eventually falls. Hopefully it doesn't. Hello. Now I'm here in this configuration. And now I need to... Let's just try and open everything up in order. Oops, that's wrong, isn't it? 338, 142. There's so much here! 336, 138. The first completion. And then we'll skip some, because it would take too long. There's that one. There's, I might queue that up just to remind me, but I might add different commentary for that. This big one. I feel like there's more, but that might have been it. Yeah. Okay. That's still so many tabs. And I have to pause all of them. Wait, why did that get out of... Why is that so out of order? I know why. And I have to unmute everything. Yeah, hope everybody's having a really good one. Thank you again for being here. And thank you again for the raid, Elrock. Unmute, 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 unmute. Unmute. That one I'll keep muted because I was going to do the other thing. This one I'll also keep muted because I'm going to Because my commentary was slightly whiny during that. Okay, and now I can switch to this. And it is so not full screen. And I need to... What do I do with this? Maybe I just have to say goodbye for now. and I can voice over in the background, but I have to increase this probably. Oh, that's so quiet. Oh my goodness gracious. Time is goop. That is very... Yeah, so my alerts are going to be incredibly loud now.
Correct.
Wait, I can do this. I can use the audio compressor.
True, correct, agreed upon.
Okay. So...
Time is goop. That is very... Correct.
This is from
True, correct, agreed upon.
This is from the first day back, after 3 years away from Joust NES.
Wave 2.
One of the two...
So this is my favorite one. That's like the fastest, consistent wave. I love that one. It's really easy to mess up, but once you get it down, it's so nice.
One of the two categories I still had world record on was wave 100,000 points.
That'll be a heck of a time. Yay, corner bouncing. We made it work because of pure aggression. So this is still a pretty good time. And point score. Oh, I got corner bounced.
There's
So now
some...
this is pretty slow. It's basically impossible to do these two waves quickly because of the combination of how freaking slow the bounders are in general and to engage with, and because of this awful stage layout where it's impossible to move around. Because it's impossible to move around in this game, period, with how incredibly difficult it is to turn and get moving, and momentum is key. Oh, the triple! You love to see it. And we got a little bit rewarded, but not much. Yeah, I'm just gunning for these, just going full YOLO because we don't need to worry about lives. I'm experienced enough with this game that when I go for 100k attempts, I'm not really gonna be worrying about lives at all. I don't know when we got 50k there. I wasn't paying attention. It sneaks up on you. Oh my goodness gracious. I wasn't fully set up for the spawns there, but I managed to make it work. I'm trying to camp in front of him so I could get the egg in midair and get the extra bonus. This is a very good score and a pretty darn good time. This is a solid 100k attempt. But unfortunately, now you see all the staged obstacles are back, and we have basically impossible spawns to go well. That's a decent start, but then it didn't go well after that. And now we've got the hunters coming in. This is just pure mayhem. You just always have to do, you almost always have to do a bunch of waiting. And now the pterodactyl is coming super early. And now my points bonus is gone. This run is pretty much dead. 0.1% of the paces that you get to this point will have things go well enough. Even though I have a lot of time to save, theoretically, on my world record for 100k. Oh, he fell through the floor! Fell through the lava. What a video game. This has been an interesting run. We got a triple. We got an enemy to fall through the corner of the seam of a corner of reality. And we actually have an outside chance of something here. What the heck? I don't know. I think it's gonna bleed away. Oh my gosh, wait! No, we're fine! Oh! No way! That was it! We just need... Okay. That's a 338. That is a new world record for 100,000 points in Joust. And again, you can see clear time waiting on the table. That egg just barely fell out of reach.
It's always such a roller coaster with Joust, especially with these points speedruns. So what just happened there was I just improved the world record for 100,000, getting 100,000 points in this game by 2 seconds. After, like, that was one of my world records that had stood for at least, around 3 years. I got it, like, February 2023. And that was the category that was run for the Big 20. And it managed to survive the Big 20 wave. Even when this game was picked up by all those people playing the Big 20, it didn't get a ton of new interest. Maori, welcome. So, I am celebrating... I just watched the first of a long sequence of world records that I got since coming back to the game, NES, the NES port of Joust, an arcade game, 10 days ago, after I left it for 3 years. I played it a lot as a very young child, and then I came back and started speedrunning it after I saw NES Cardinality do it, and achieved some success. Then my 50,000 points world record was taken by Tom Cabs. My world record for 100,000 points stood, and I just showed one of the world records from the first, like the world record that I got on my very first day back of playing this game, which is just mind blowing because even after I got, it took so many attempts for me to get the world record of 3 minutes and 40 seconds. And I tried many times after that 3 years ago to beat it, even because I knew there were like 13 seconds left that I lost right at the end of that 340. And it's just so unbelievably near impossible to get enough things to go right in this game. And then my very first day back, I get a 338. That's how things started.
That would have been more than enough for our last 500 points, like 5 seconds earlier. Oh my goodness.
And thank you.
That was almost immediate. How many, like, that's 20 minutes in to me returning to Joust for the first time in 3 years. And I immediately beat a 3-year-old world record. That's really unexpected.
So let's move on. The next day.
And it's over. YOLO! Yeah. YOLO! Yeah. Nothing I can... The game giving nothing. It is always all up to the game. You can do as perfectly as you can. But then the game has the final say.
So Tom Cabs had set a new world record for 50,000 points.
Like, it still matters to do things perfectly because then you give yourself the chance for the game to say yes.
Which had stood for a couple years at this point. 1 minute and 39 seconds.
Definitely not at all that execution doesn't matter at all in this game. This game has a ton of execution.
At this point, my PB for 50,000 points is 1 minute and 44 seconds. It's 5 seconds off the world record now.
Game.
Tom Cabs got an amazing time. The first ever sub 140. Because Tom Cabs is Tom Cabs.
Oh. Okay.
Those were some good spawns.
Wow. Things just got a little real, but again, this is only a good start. It is completely up to the game and what it gives us at all, if anything, whether or not this continues. Wave 6, give me spawns. Left spawner was the place to be. Imagine. Oh my goodness, imagine. Unfortunately, we gotta work with what we got here, which is about 10 seconds slower, but that's a pretty good backup.
That's a really good backup. That was pure aggro, and it worked out.
Okay.
Ooh.
Some pity spawns there. Oh my goodness, this is wild. Oh my goodness. Wait, I can PB here. And I did! That's a 142! I just got a PB and 50,000 points! Not a world record, but we're closer. Holy cow.
Oh, that's a nice freeze frame. Is that... Yeah, that's the end of the video. I wish that freeze frame would have stayed. So that was... Again, like another almost immediate accomplishment after so many freaking attempts in this game. And I couldn't get any, like, close to getting better than the 144. Then that happens. And then the same day.
Oh, that almost was cool.
This is still from the second day of attempts that I was doing offline and I commentated after the fact. So this is double post commentary. So this is about 300 attempts since returning to the game.
Bouncy. And an extra one just for good measure. And times... No, we actually reeled it in. Nice.
I'd already done a few thousand attempts in this game in the years before this. These are different splits for desktop because I'm finally on console now. I was on emulator in my previous time with this game. And I feel like the lagless setup has made a gigantic difference.
Yeah, I had a feeling that he... Yeah, I mean, there was literally no way to do that fast. I knew he was going to claim the height advantage, and so I played for that. So I was successful, but at what cost? Well, that's a good wave.
Yep. I had to go YOLO there, because of how slow...
Wave 3 was an unfortunate end, but wave 4... gives us something of a chance for 100k still, not for 50k.
Yeah. This is like a very average time.
Especially not now. Oh my goodness. Bottom spawner was the place to be. Look at him go. Alright, we salvaged something. Nah, didn't get any of those bonuses. Oh, yeah! That was a fun wave. Oh!
Nice.
Okay, hold on. This is why you don't reset those runs with, like, where I had that bad ending on wave 3.
Yep.
Already at 60k. Okay, got that bonus. Alright, this is good timer pace. Good-ish score pace. We kind of need better than this, but that wave 8 was a huge help. Let's see what happens. In some of the toughest waves in the game to do quickly. That's really good spawning for wave 11. And I got that bonus. What's the hunter gonna do? Oh, how did I get that bonus? What a wave 11! Hello, Tracy. We're on a heck of a run right now for 100k points. Let's see what happens from here. That it's still all up to Joust. I have to play perfectly. Yeah, I hope you're doing amazing. Okay, nice. Okay, it's up to the spawns now, basically. This pace is unbelievable. Oh. Are you kidding me? You're joking.
Zero!
There's no way. Okay, I'm playing well, though. I'm taking the crap that the game gave me. We're so close! Oh my, there's no way that that just happened.
500 points away again!
Just one spawn. Just one. 336.
So we were on pace for... If we had just gotten good spawns, we would have gotten like a 321 or something. That is what is possible in this. World record that stood for a while was 3 minutes and 40 seconds. New world record is 336. We lost like 13 or 14 seconds to getting terrible luck in wave 13. Unreal. Unreal.
Once again, we were 500 points away from a sub 330. If I had just gotten that egg in the air...
Always so close to saving like 7 or 8 seconds every single time, man. That is the way Joust is, but that was a heck of a run. Hope you enjoyed that. Thank you for watching.
Triple commentary.
But that is not the end, because I was obsessed and having so much fun, and so I played on.
Yeah, so there was more from that same day. Let's see what happened next.
Happens to Bounders. Ugh.
Only a few attempts later.
I don't remember if I've seen it happen to Hunters and Shadow Lords. But yeah, the arcade version, definitely a good game in its own ways. Very, very different. Completely different physics engine from this one. This one, I feel like, in a way, has... Nice, I love this pattern. I prefer this one in some ways. The arcade one is... Woo! Like, this one has jank like that. The arcade one is easier to wrangle, and the enemy RNG is definitely way more forgiving. This is one of the most robust games I've honestly played. Like, for what it is, every single frame of gameplay, every single object on the screen can do, like, infinite things. Including you. And including the weakest enemies. It's so infuriating and difficult and alluring and intoxicating. This game, I'm probably gonna make like a big video essay about it someday, just talking about it as much as I can. Okay. So things could have gone a lot better in the beginning. But that's a pretty... Okay, we have a good point score here, and that was a decent wave 6. Let's get serious. Come on. Yes. Oh my goodness! Oh my goodness! Did we just tie world record? For 50K? Where did that come from? That beginning didn't even seem that amazing in waves 3 and 4. Like, we lost a decent amount of time at the end of one of those... Wow! Let's hold it together. At the very least, I am no longer not a world record holder for 50K. What is happening? Okay, this is definitely the best pace I've ever had for 100K as well. Wow. That point score is bonkers. It's still all up to the game, but I am going to try to play my best. Let's do this. The toughest waves to do quickly. And we did not get any spawns, so let's go YOLO and just hope. Just pray. This could be worse. Oh my goodness! Okay, that's the last enemy. It could be that could be worse. That's a slow ending though. This is still an unbelievable time. We need spawns in good situations. Okay, I don't really have a good way to YOLO this and just try to fly straight through. Oh, that's so close. How is? Oh, I was up like a pixel or two too low. That's gonna hurt. That's gonna hurt. That's gonna hurt. If we get spawns here, we got it though. Nope. Nope. Oh my gosh. We're so close! Sub 330? Yes! The world's first sub 330!
Okay. Okay. There we go. That might have been a sub 330, just barely. Finally on 100K, and I think I might have tied the world record in 50K. Holy freaking cow. That was not a... I mean, it's almost impossible to get the waves after wave 10 to go decently at all. If we had, that would have been an unbelievable world record for 100K, but as it was... that's still a sizable improvement. I've been actually getting pretty freaking good runs in these last couple days since coming back to the game. As you can see, there you go. Hi, thank you for watching. Hope you enjoyed that. I decided to end that run on a happy note instead of having it die a slow death to Joust NES being Joust NES with me trying to go for wave 49 or something. Thank you all so much for watching. That was a weird run, both for 50k and 100k. The 50k pace was not good at all. I just got obscene luck in the later waves, especially the last one. So what the heck? What the heck? Shoutouts to Tom Cabs, shoutouts to Jade Per Ardua, Ness Cardinality, all of you Joust enthusiasts. Thanks for being along for the ride. Hopefully more to come. Let's go. Holy cow, I think the 50k was a 138. It sure looks like it. Setting the end frame now. 138.633. Oh my goodness. I didn't mean to actually... I didn't think that run actually beat it. I thought it tied it. I hope I have not just incited Tom Cabs' rage and he's going to come back with a force and sub 130. But if he does, I guess I'll have to respond if it's freaking possible. But holy cow, 138 is the new 50k Joust world record for NES. So, assuming that that doesn't get beaten again anytime soon, then I just have the wave 49 record to go for the full sweep in every category on the board. That is gonna be hellacious. It already has been. Ugh. But wow. Wow. Okay. Now just to frame count the... what I assume is the... it has to be a 339. There's no way... wait. Or 329, that's what I mean. Yeah, that has to be a 329. 329.517. I thankfully did not freak out when I noticed I had one egg left. I could have maybe gone for one of the enemies instead to save a bit of time, but I knew I had an easier path to a surefire finish, so I went for that. Because I knew it was going to be a world record no matter what, and it happened to also be a sub 330. We'll take it. Alright. There we go. Thank you all for watching. I am a weirdo. Muted. Of course. The one thing I told myself was, when you come back, make sure you unmute. That's how good I am at being a person. So for all of that to happen within the first 300 attempts of coming back to this game is completely indescribable. I legitimately, literally cannot describe how unlikely that is. For me to get the first ever 338 100k, 336 100k, and my 142 50k PB, and then a 138 50k and 329 100k in the same run, all within 300 attempts, after I had thrown thousands of attempts over months at this game previously. I knew that it seemed too ridiculous to be just luck, and so I was like, okay, maybe it's the fact that I'm playing on console now. Maybe that's it. And I kept going, and the one thing that I had never ever once done in this game, the one category I had never even completed or held, let alone held world record in, was beating wave 49. Because as I was saying when you all came in from the raid, that is like the final, like, to beat those last 5 waves after you get the last difficulty increase and it's only Shadow Lords is like the proof that you have beaten the last difficulty increase of the game. And from then on, it just endlessly loops the same thing over and over. You've beaten, like, the last change that the game does. And I spent months and months and months grinding endlessly, ceaselessly, to try to just beat Wave 49 a single time 3 years ago, and it just never happened. It seemed impossible for me. But with how incredible the first 2 days had already gone, on that second night, I decided to just try a couple of deep runs and be like, okay, if I get past wave 30, then that's a win.
So that was also a huge emotional boon. Ow! And that was a boom ow. I'm still keeping it going. Now I'm not. Yeah, the early part, I'm figuring out, again, one of the things that was so gruesome about grinding this and failing over and over and over and over and over again was having to do the first 15 levels over and over and over and over again. They're so tedious and frustrating to try to keep every single life intact with, and so you're not playing as aggressively, so you're naturally going slower, and every single enemy interaction is incredibly tense like that. You have no idea what they're going to decide to do on every single frame because this game is the most robust thing ever made. It's just so much to deal with in the early levels. I found out during that close miss to wave 49 that I actually love playing the late waves. At least in that run I did. I just want to get there again and just experience that joy. Yeah, I should start calling that the burb boogie when I'm dancing between the platforms. So let's just get another run past wave 15 and start to get those Shadow Lords back into play. And just experience that rush again. We can do this. Okay, bye. Oh, the hitboxes. Yeah, so this is one of those really, really painfully slow waves, and I can't just YOLO and yeah. So that's the emblem of a very slow wave before wave 11. The Pterodactyl of Shame. But we're gonna take it. You find it easier when the Shadow Lords are at their maximum speed. I agree. In a way, it's simpler than dealing with the Bounders and the Hunters. You just have to, like, from my strategy, all you have to do is just stick to the top and pray. It's way simpler than every other thing you have to do leading up to that. So now, yeah, let him do his thing. Just got there in time. Nice. And we can play nice defense here. Terry's gonna show up, but this is still a pretty good wave. I thought about trying to kill him there. Thought better of it, and a good thing I did. Okay. Thanks for that, Bounder, I guess. Terry's stuck. I've got to rise above. There we go. Not the best spawns there. So this could take a while, and hopefully it doesn't take lives. That's better. That could have been a lot worse. I'm waiting for Terry again. There we go. Go through this way. Ew! That was almost a death. I cannot believe Terry did not rebound off the wall there. That was a textbook death situation, and I got very lucky. So we're into wave 16 with 9 lives. This is where you really have to keep your focus, because you're starting to, like, feel the tension and excitement of getting to the later waves, but it's still all hunters and bounders, and so there's so much freaking variance in every single frame of gameplay. I think that was our first death. And at least it was only one death, and it was a pretty quick one. Yeah, do not challenge at that moment. Whoa, I can't... If he had fully committed to the dive bomb there, then that would have been another life. Wave 49 attempts are nothing but me, like, intensely jerking in my seat. Terry! Oh, here we go. Here we go. Here we go! Big money, big prizes. That's wave 18. Bada bing, bada boom. See you later.
That always feels good.
That's pretty cool. And we didn't die there either. This suddenly is not that bad of a pace. Okay, Terry, what? Goodbye, Bounder. I'll take it. So long. See you. Goodbye forever. Here we go. 607? Wave 20? Okay. I'm not entirely sure what kind of pace that is, but that seems good. Let's keep going. It's time for Shadow Lords!
607's a pretty good pace.
We still got a Bounder on the field and still a billion hunters. But we still have to glue to the top! Anytime the Shadow Lord is present. We still have 10... Oh, that was lucky. That was so lucky. I can't believe this position is working. That is... Are you kidding me? That Bounder was so satisfied with its lot in life, having drained that death out of my soul, that it decided that it had had enough. It had achieved everything it wanted to do. At least it didn't cost me a bunch of time. Okay, that was a lucky situation. Terry's coming! What is he up to? Okay, let's go. Hunter decided to go down and... He knew that I wanted to have him separated from Terry. This is taking a billion years. There's the double Terry. That one is stuck as well. That is a hellaciously slow wave. Yikes. But I did what I needed to do to save my lives. Very nice. Oh my gosh, okay. A quick wave after the last one would feel really good, and that's exactly what happened. Can we beat Terry? Yes, that is a super fast Terry skip. That definitely is exactly what we needed after how slow the last wave was. This is a nice couple of waves in a row. As long... Okay, thank you. Nice. That helps so much. Okay. Halfway there. So far away still, but this is when the fun begins. And this is where I can start losing 8 lives in about 5 seconds. If I lose 1 life and get a bad spawn, it could be over right here and now. There's just so much intimidation. I've got to prioritize those eggs. Okay, I am still alive! Somehow. Thank you, Bounder. Yes, slow wave, but we are keeping our lives. We are now at 12 lives. Again, might not last at all. But it still feels... I somehow didn't get him there. It still feels good, though, to have them. In a way, it was very fun to survive for a billion waves on 0 lives, but... It is kind of nerve-wracking to know, like, okay, I have a very... on paper, I have a really good shot. That just happened! That corner bounce put me in the dead center of that egg. I missed it, and then the corner bounce took me directly into the pterodactyl. This is a perfect video game. Nothing bad ever happens to you. We still have B lives, at least. The sequel to B movie. The Hunter was just biding his time until the exact moment that he was going to die, and that's the opposite of what he usually does, and I will take it. Playing with fire a bit by staying at the spawn points when everybody is so active and coming straight at me. But it hasn't been really deeply punishing me so far. No, I got the left bounce. There was definitely a way for me to go straight through the bounder there and not take a death, but it is what it is. We still have 11 lives. About to have 12 again. There it is. Into the 30s. Let's try not to lose like 7 lives this time on this wave. But it's so hard not to. Oh! Hunters are cooperating very well. Okay. That's fine. I will take that death. No death is like great, but some of them are totally acceptable and even faster. Decent introductory section there. Okay. One of the nice things about the Shadow Lords is that they can just stop in midair for a little while and allow you to just dive bomb them easily. Eey. Oh my goodness, what is going on? I was gonna say I am getting away with this, and then at that was just really bad. Dive bomb! There go 3 lives. Again, like, this is, on paper, this is one of the nicer stage layouts to deal with, but it also gives them that much room to perfectly choose the timing to dive bomb you when you have no way to get around it. Okay, exactly 300,000 points. That was a rough wave. So maybe we can get another good finishing time for wave 39 here, and then take it from there. We gotta make it there first. Okay. 2.5 minutes ahead of whatever these splits are. Nice corner, jank. I think wave 39 record has an outside chance of being possible. That was a sticky situation, and I'm alive. Oh, your legs caught on the ground, or else you would have gone straight into me. You did anyway. Thank you. Right under me. Nice. Okay, lots of eggs to deal with. I'm just gonna eat this death and prioritize the eggs. Just make sure that none of them hatch and cost me like a billion lives in a minute by one extra Shadow Lord being on the screen. Yep, that was the right play. I had learned my lesson from earlier. It's a good reaction to seeing the Hunter immediately come up. Okay, there we go. Nice. And now I can go for the eggs. And I even missed Terry. Thank you. I am definitely starting to play with fire by camping at the spawns that long. I cannot believe I'm getting away with it. Yep, nice. Nice. Okay, actually nice. Actually nice. That, I love it when I get the perfect rebound off of the lower one into killing the higher one. Unfortunately, it did not pay off that time, but I at least got the lower one. Can we actually get world record here for wave 39? We need a fast wave here. I'm even doing the body English now, just watching this back. I did this last night. Oh, dang it. Does that cost me world record? No, it doesn't. That is a new world record for completing wave 39. Not a sub 15. But we've already had an accomplishment with this run. And here we go into the 40s again. Two longevity runs, 2 times into the 40s. Can we possibly survive this time? We've got more lives. We got way more lives than we did last time. But again, nice job phasing through the ground there. Oh dear. We only have 2 enemies left, thankfully, but still, at least that gave me a chance to prioritize the eggs. So that kind of worked out. As long as we can keep it just to the 1 death. Don't do it, Hunter, thank you. This is so intense, even in post-commentary, that, again, I reacted well to that Hunter, and I'm getting so lucky. Not as lucky. And the rebound, the unreactable time on the place. Here it comes. Here comes Joust. Here comes Joust NES. Oh my goodness, okay. Fire put out for now. What am I saying? This game is just perpetually on fire. Oh no. I cannot believe I got out of that. I can't. You just have to get so lucky every time. Every time you die, you just have to get unbelievably lucky to not lose another 10 lives. I got lucky and I'm losing 10 lives. Okay, good job bailing there. Yeah, okay, we'll take it. But now we're not looking nearly as good. Now it's very much in question. That helps. That helps. Oh my goodness! That is the best late game spawning I've ever seen, and now I can just do this. Yowie zowie. And we skip Terry. Okay, here we go. Final 5 waves once again. I cannot believe I've made it back here twice in a row with runs that made it past wave 15. 7 lives and a dream. Oops, all Shadow Lords. For my first ever completion of wave 49. We are on world record pace. Thankfully, that death could be worse, but look at these guys go. Nice. 3 more waves. 21 more enemies. 20 more. 19 more. Oh, how did I survive that? I can't believe I just survived that. Okay, there we go. Now I'm gonna start opening up. My past self is gonna start, like, I realized that this might be it. So I'm gonna start commentating a little bit. No, we can't go for the Terry kill there. Open field, 2 waves left. 14 enemies, 13. Come to me, my pretties. Shoot. Lock in. You are not home free. You are so far away. By far my best attempt ever. Let's see if this goes wrong. Seven, 6, 5, 4. 4 lives is nothing. 3. Composure kept. 1 enemy remains. Yes! Oh my god. Oh my god. I thought it was about to go wrong. I thought that was it. I thought they were about to go Super Saiyan to end. Oh my gosh. Let's see how far I can go. I doubt I can go much farther than this. Sorry about the tennis sounds the entire time.
meant to mute my microphone, but I guess you got my reaction for my first ever completion of Wave 49 in Joust NES. I wondered if this was ever going to happen for me, and now I'm dead. I wondered the moment I got complacent-ish. I didn't get complacent in my gameplay. I got complacent enough to say, "Come to me, my pretties," like a freaking idiot. Tempting the game to absolutely annihilate me. And it started to. It really started to. I am so lucky I had all those lives to work with. Well, not lucky, I guess. Well, it's always part luck with Joust. With the frickin' say game. Pterodactyl's coming. It's always part luck. But I somehow just played unbelievably well tonight as well. As well as being really tired. Was this the run where I also got, like, 7 in a row of the spawns in the same place? I can't remember. If there was this one or the last one. It was this run. This was also the current Wave 39 world record. Leaderboard sweep. So it feels good. There were definitely a few slow waves, that's for sure. Yeah, a couple of really slow disaster waves. Let's go. Wave 55. I highly doubt I'll make it to 60, but let's keep going. I forget what NES Card's PB is. This is where it ends for me, though. He can't keep getting away with this. He can't! That was so lucky. He can't keep getting away with this! Terry, please. No way! Oh, I had a life. Goodness gracious, this game is sentient. Terry was so kind today. This entire... What a day for Joust NES for me. I got the 50k world record. I got the 100k world record. First ever sub 30. And I got the Wave 39 world record and the Wave 49 world record in this. Oh my god. Both the 50k and 100k world records were in the same run, and the Wave 39 and Wave 49 world records were in the same run. What just happened today? What just happened? I haven't played this game in years, aside from just like picking it up for a marathon here and there. For like a speedrunning marathon just to run 100k just for fun. What in goodness gracious name just happened? What? In that game, in a 2.5 minute game, and now This is the same as how it was with the baseball simulator world record I just got the other day. Just like getting the absurd beanball luck to get world record by a billion seconds in that game, in a 2.5 minute game. And now I came back to Joust and it just, everything just came together. It has to be that I'm playing on console now. It has to be the switch from emulator. Imagine if this actually happens with River City Ransom. Imagine. But this is not River City Ransom. This is about Joust. Oh my goodness, I hope you all enjoyed that. I cannot believe this. I thought it was going to take weeks and weeks and weeks of more attempts every single day, of hours and hours of more attempts. My cheeks are still so flushed. This is ridiculous. This is unbelievable. And it's a shame that Wave 49 itself was such a disaster, but I guess that just added to the freaking drama, didn't it? Yeah, from a speedrunning perspective, that was really slow. There were a couple of really slow waves, as always, but just, you can see how my strategy ended up working, because the Shadow Lords just kind of feed into you, like moths to a flame. If you get good luck. But I just was lucky today. It just happened. It just happened. I cannot believe this. Yeah, again, I'm really sorry for the tennis audio. That like my phone was propped against my microphone, so the audio is surely extremely contaminated. So I apologize for that. Of course, not everything can be perfect. But that's been on my docket for years. And thank you, NES Card, again, for inspiring me to speedrun this game. And thank you to my parents for having this game in the library for the NES by the time I was born. And so it was one of the games that I became fascinated with right away in my life. As of now, I have the leaderboard sweep. I am the world record holder in every single category on speedrun.com for Joust. I'm the second person ever to submit soon an actual completed run of Wave 49, and I don't know if that is the North American personal best in terms of progress, in terms of level. I think that was level Wave 57. I can't remember how far Nescard got in his Wave 49 run. And I've seen somebody get to like Wave 90s on the Famicom version on YouTube, which what looked like very legitimate gameplay, and now I believe I could probably maybe do something like that too, with how unbelievably well tonight went. I thought that it would be almost impossible for me to get to Wave 49 once. Tonight, I got to Wave 49 twice in 3 attempts. Twice in 2 attempts past the beginning. Oh, and the second one made it to Wave 57. That's just... I don't know. It's wild. It is very, very wild. Cool. So we are getting massively into ramble territory. Shoutouts as well to Jade Parardua for also being amazing at this game and being incredible friends and loved ones. And thank you, Celine and friends, the Woodlings and the Polycare and the Clan Sugar Doom for like this. If I can defeat this game, maybe there is a lot more hope in my life than I thought there was, like emotionally. Because this was one of those things where it was unhealthy for me to play this game emotionally, and I mean, I didn't have to grind very much in this game to get all of my goals all of a sudden, all at once in one day right after coming back, but I feel like something has been unlocked. And again, maybe it's just the lagless console setup, but this is new. This is really, really, really weird in a really good way, and it's not sinking in. So maybe River City Ransom really is next, and maybe it actually is possible for me. But thank you all for watching this Joust run, and if you made it this far, I hope you enjoyed my weird rambling. Thank you all. I wish you all the best. And maybe we'll come back to this and maybe we'll try to go even farther. We'll see. I feel like I should try to get sub 15 in Wave 39. Until then, dream on, folks. Peace. Holy cow. Let's go. I'm numb. I don't know what's going on right now. What? Truly. So, I said maybe I should try to get sub 15 in Wave 39. I did get sub 15 in Wave 39. Then I got sub 14 in Wave 39. The current Wave 39 world record is a 13.4x. I'm not going to show that because I don't want to be here until midnight, but we're probably already going to be pretty close. But I still have some quite a few other runs to show you. Next up, more. Wait. I see what's next up. A detour away from the longer categories, back to points. 100,000 points. Let's see what happened here. I'm very glad to be able to have Jade per Ardua here in chat this time. I felt bad doing the last stream without having them here. Because we are Joust besties, or Jousties. Jade is super into this game. And very, very good at it. Second place in 100K. I think third place in 50K. I believe absolutely has what it takes to get times in the deep categories as well. Here's my favorite pattern in Wave 2. Always love that one. Feels so good. Super nostalgic for this game. Yeah. Yeah, this is one that I had growing up. Boom, 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 boom. That's unfortunate. And now they're all separated. Oh wait, you're back. No, I stink. I guess we'll keep going. You never know what could happen. I could have gotten all 5 spawns right there, and then all 5 spawns in Wave 6. Instead, this is happening. I hope it goes as well for you, Jades, as making a comeback went for me. My points are so low. Had this bootleg CD full of NES games for your VCD player and hooked up controllers to it. This was one of them. That is not what I expected to read at all. What an incredibly unique experience. That is wild. Yes, that felt good. I had an idea, and I executed it, and it worked. Which sounds so simple, but in Joust NES, that doesn't happen very often when you go aggressive. When you really take risks. It usually doesn't work out, and that was a huge risk in a wild angle. Okay, things are starting to get a little bit faster now. Yeah, this is a pretty good time. Okay. Nothing super special. But there's just a really outside chance of a 100k PB if we get absurd waves 11, 12, and 13. What? That worked! What a Hail Mary! Missing a lot of egg bonuses here, but that's still a fast wave. Like, it's very rare for waves 11 and 12 to miss Terry. And that was just a brief Terry. 3 spawns right there. That's rare for wave 12. In there. With that hunter. Got the egg bonus. Oh, gosh dang it. That's still really good. If we get some spawns here, maybe I can do this. It's gonna be close. Both in points and in time. We got some spawns. I got the egg bonus there? That was a bad entrance. Oh, wait. Oh my gosh. Boom! New world record for 100,000 points. With not that hot of a point score and time pace going into wave 11. That was a 327. That one was a surprise. Because you kind of expect it to happen after getting a 138 to start the run that ended up getting 329 in 100k. The first ever sub 330. That's more expected. This was nothing like that. This was one of the really rare cases where waves 11 through 13 went super well. That was my 11th new accomplishment
in the last 4 days. Oh, nice Terry kill.
Yep. That is where the 100K world record currently stands. So, at this point, I had everything. Like, what else do I need to do
With that hunter?
Let's think about things here. I have the leaderboard sweep on speedrun.com. I have 50K at alone at 1 minute and 38 seconds over Tom Cabs. I have the 100K world record now at 3:27, which is about what my run would have been, what the 3:40 would have been 3 years ago if I hadn't missed the last egg and lost 13 seconds-ish. So, like, I've kind of fully redeemed myself in that regard. I've seen that we can get like a 3:20, but it's just unbelievable what has to all come together for that to actually happen. I don't need to. 3:27 is great. I have, at this point, the sub 14 Wave 39 world record. No need to go any more wild with that. And I beat NES Cardinality by several minutes with finally completing Wave 49. What else do I need to do? Well, my decision for the time being was to just keep poking at Wave 49 because I realized I was having a crap ton of fun with it. So I just wanted to see what could happen because I saw that there were several slow waves on the way to my 1930 and my first ever completion. So... Oh wait, actually, we didn't go back to that yet because while I was attempting Wave 49, this happened. Need to forego the burb bounce for a little bit because I realized I left my mic muted. Missed the egg bonus because of course I did. YOLO! Miss everything? Somehow? Nice ceiling glue. Pretty good wave 4. Good points, decent time. Time for wave 6 to stink. Yep. That was actually a 50K world record. I didn't think it was possible. What just happened? What? Thank you, Brian Williams. Why am I YOLOing? Why am I YOLOing? Because I'm an idiot. And because I have to have a... What is going on? The game knows. Wow. Okay. That was sudden. I need to take another look at that. Frame counted to indeed be a world record by one frame. 137.983. That is where the 50K world record currently stands. And it just came out of absolutely nowhere while I was trying to do more Wave 49 attempts, just see if I could do anything to do it faster. that's how Joust can happen with these points categories. While you're grinding for it, just nonstop, bashing your head into the wall over and over and over and over, you can spend months on it and get absolutely nowhere. And then one day you can just be playing and it just gives it to you. It's so Joust NES. Next, we go back to see what I was able to do with Wave 49. Let me do that. Let me find... I want to find the raw file for this so I can re-commentate it. Let me see if I can do that. Really quick. Or not really quick, we'll see. Yes, okay. This is run number 1357, and it starts immediately. Okay. Let's go to this page. Hello, I am covering my past self now. I need to do this. And I can do this. Yes. And this. Yes. Very cool. Okay, and now we're all modernized and stuff. And I think I need to do some of this to get the volume up to speed on this recording. So, what's the volume like? I could go even higher. That's wild. And thank you all so much again for being here. I hope you're all enjoying this celebratory recap of this unbelievable string of world records in 8 days. Just mind-numbing, mind-blowing. That broke the player. You love to see it. Let's try that again. Okay. Hopefully the stream didn't drop. Hopefully that's not what the F is. What the F is? Welcome everybody to a speedrun of Joust NES. How do you speedrun the NES version of Joust? It's an endless arcade game. Well, there is a category called Wave 49. We have discovered that some online information about this game isn't quite accurate, which stated that the last difficulty iteration that the game applies, where you face the toughest enemies in the game, doesn't happen at Wave 40, it happens at Wave 45. So if you finish the last sequence of waves after Wave 45, the game starts repeating seemingly endlessly after that, and again, it doesn't rebirth after Wave 90, it continues seemingly endlessly after Wave 90 as well. So the last little goal that we have for a speedrunning category for the main category is beating Wave 49, which proves that you defeated the last difficulty increase in the game. That's what I'm going for here. And I spent many attempts to try to even finish Wave 49 a single time 3 years before this. I took a few years off, came back, and on my second long attempt, I finally did it. And now I'm trying to see if I can do it a bit cleaner and faster. Starting off in these early waves, the game is still unbelievably brutal. Joust NES is an incredibly robust and difficult to control game. It has different physics than the original arcade version, which was released in 1982. This is a HAL Laboratories port for the NES done in 1988, and it plays very differently, very solidly, with a little bit of jank on the environments here and there, but it's incredibly satisfying to control once you get used to everything, and it's basically impossible to master, but you can use a lot of things to your advantage. Unfortunately, we got an early pterodactyl there. We're going to be seeing a lot of that person? A lot of that creature later. If you see the pterodactyl appear before Wave 11, you know that the wave was quite slow, because it takes the pterodactyl quite a long time to appear and try to ruin your day, and usually be very successful at it, before Wave 11. After Wave 11, if you complete the wave before the pterodactyl appears, you know you did the wave very quickly, because after Wave 11, the pterodactyl appears pretty soon. So far, we're not getting great luck with spawns. You see that I'm camping out above those spawners to try to get good luck and take out enemies immediately as they're appearing with rhythmic jumping. The way that you defeat enemies in this game is to be at all above them on their hitboxes. If you are exactly pixel level with them, then you tie and bounce off each other. If you are at all below them, then you die. And so I'm going to be using lots of different techniques that I've developed for this game and try to make things as safe as possible, although nothing in this game is truly safe. You can die to anything at any time because any of the enemies, even the weakest bounders, the Red Riders, the slowest enemies, can do absolutely anything on any frame. And now we're starting to see some of the tougher enemies appear, the enemies in white, the hunters. They move a bit faster, and they have a bit more options to their disposal. And that bounder down there died in the lava, which is good for speed. It takes away some points, which can increase our life counter, which is definitely going to matter later on. We're going to need as many lives as possible every 20,000 points, because as the game's difficulty increases, the ability to actually stay alive consistently all but evaporates. But I'm going to be bouncing off the ceiling very often because it's impossible, in most cases, to change directions quickly at all in this game. It's all momentum, and it's all very, 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 very heavy. You can't actually change direction at all in midair. That's a sad death there to the weakest enemy in the game, the Bounder. One of the rules of Joust that I talk about is that you will die to Bounders. And that was kind of poorly played by me in order for that to happen, but anyway. It's impossible to change directions in midair unless you flap. In this game, you don't really run and jump. You can run on the ground, and then you do flaps. You can do infinite flaps in the air, and that only when you're flapping can you change directions in midair. So you want to be grounded at all times to actually have traction and move around. And so to get to the ground as quickly as possible, you can flap as hard as you can, bounce off the ceiling, and that changes your momentum vertically immediately. And so we can use that to get to the ground quickly, but also you can see me using it on the ceiling of that platform as well to drop down on top of enemies faster. It takes away a lot of their variance. Instead of just having to hover in front of them and just pray that they don't do really unreactable things at the last moment and kill you, you can get those ceiling bounces going and track their horizontal motion. And you can also use the ceiling bounces to get to eggs quickly. You can use ceiling bounces in basically every way possible. It's amazing. It's very, very, very helpful. And now we're slowly working our way through this game and getting more points. We are past 100,000 points now, which is one of the other speedrunning categories in this game. That, I took a calculated death there. I knew based on how long things were going and where I was in the timer that the pterodactyl was going to spawn. We like to call the pterodactyl Terry. P. Terry. And so I decided to go for speed there because I know that I have already completed this category, finally. I want to see if I can take off as much time as possible, and a lot of that comes down to pure luck, especially as we're getting into Wave 20. You're going to start to see why in just a moment. But also, if I can shave off as much time as possible by doing things here and there, like maybe sacrificing a couple of lives to get the pterodactyl off the screen as soon as possible after the wave is already done, I'm going to do that. Here come the Shadow Lords! You didn't get a chance to see him very much in that wave because he spawned right below me, but I trust me, they're there now. Those enemies dressed in blue are the Shadow Lords, and they are the main reason why it is almost impossible to play this game deep into the game. At least, it certainly was for me for a long time. It was impossible for me, it seemed, to even get past Wave 49, which is, as we have now discovered, barely even scratching the surface of how far you can get in this game. And thankfully we're not having to really deal with that single Shadow Lord yet, but it's not going to be a single Shadow Lord for long. You see, it's very likely for the Pterodactyl to appear right at the end of a wave, even after the enemies are gone, because the Pterodactyl still has a chance to spawn, while the points from your last kill and egg collection are on the screen. That's how long it takes for the game to understand that the wave is no longer active, once the final bit of points are no longer on the screen. So my goal is to try to clear out every single wave before Terry is a main player on the screen. If a lot of enemies are still flying around, and then Terry becomes one of them, it's just pure mayhem. And even without Terry, you're gonna see it's gonna be pure mayhem regardless very soon. But so far, things are going incredibly well. This is a pretty good start. I've had much faster starts than this, but we haven't had any pure disasters yet. We've had some regrettable deaths, like I took one at the beginning of that last wave, because I was trying to stay at that spawner as long as possible, just to see if the Shadow Lord was going to spawn there, so I could get him off the field as soon as possible. And it did work out, although I traded a death for it. Now we're going to see 2 Shadow Lords in this next batch of waves. You see? Oh, that's not a great death. So if I start taking some early deaths at the beginning of waves, and I spawn really low, and then every other enemy is just flapping like mad above me in a giant swarm, you can see that one of the other rules of Joust is 1 death is actually 10 deaths in disguise. The later you get in the game, if you die early in a wave, and even if you don't die that early, if you just get in the game in a bad mood where it decides it's never going to let you get into a winning position again, then your lives just melt. This is so far, to our current knowledge, a completely unsolvable game. The arcade version is much more solved. Not truly solved and completely easy to play infinitely, but people can camp out at Joust arcade cabinets and do high score attempts into the tens of millions, as far as I know, for many hours at a time. This game is not like that at all. Because the AI is just... By the way, there go 3 lives. There go 4 lives. I didn't play that perfectly. I started to panic a little bit, I will admit that. But there are many situations in this game where there is no way back up. There is no way to not die 5 times in a row. That was not great, but thankfully, even though I took quite a few deaths, and it was a bit of a disaster wave, it happened fairly quickly, because in speedrunning terms, that's the way I want things to go. If things are to go wrong, at least they can go quickly wrong. And then I can get back on track, and then try to keep as many lives as possible after the disaster waves. And again, so much of that is not up to me, especially as we go deep into the 30s now, and the Shadow Lords just keep on coming more and more and more. Not deep into the 30s. We're just now entering the 30s. This is where all the bounders are now gone, which is honestly kind of a good thing, because it is most annoying to me when every single enemy type is on the screen at the same time, and so you have to deal with all of their different little quirks, and all of their different little ways that they can get in your way and cause you problems. Now it's just Hunters and Shadow Lords. I'm at the point now where I actually prefer the parts of the game where it's just Shadow Lords, which is what's going to happen at Wave 45, which is why the category is beating Wave 49, because then you've completed as I said, the sequence of waves after the final difficulty increase. That's my favorite now, because you know it's just all Shadow Lords, you know it's all chaos, you kind of know what to expect, which is to expect the unexpected. Hunters love to completely stay locked on the ceiling. Shadow Lords will often bounce on the ceiling, which gives them a chance to be lower than you more often than the Hunters do. They like to perfectly glue themselves to the ceiling. And so Hunters can annoy me a lot more in that way.
And Shadow Lords, it seems like they have a better chance of accidentally just flying straight into your booty to their deaths. And that feels so good. And you know what else feels good? Those spawns. That was amazing. That's exactly what we need right now. After we've had a lot of unfortunate deaths and a lot of iffy waves, that was big. We still lost a bit of time compared to the previous world record, but that was huge to get us back on track in a speed sense. And that sort of wave can happen at any time. That is what we're hoping for every single time. Good spawns, and then the Shadow Lords to behave like that and just come straight into me as I'm camping at the ceiling. This is my new strategy from basically wave 20 onward. Anytime a Shadow Lord is present on the screen, I go straight to the ceiling and take a page out of the Hunter's book and try to glue myself there with very rhythmic flaps to try to not give a single pixel of leeway between me and the ceiling, to give myself the best possible chance that if an enemy is going to contact me, it's either going to be a tie or me killing them. And unfortunately, I wasn't close enough to the ceiling there. But it's not just me flapping rhythmically and trying to stay as close to the ceiling at all times. I'm also very, very, I'm trying to do some incredibly fine movements as well. As I'm reading the screen, I'm seeing what's coming from all angles, from all corners, all types of enemies, including through the screen wrap. You see, obviously, one of the features of this game is that it's an endless screen wrap. You go, like that Hunter did, from the right side of the screen, or from the left side of the screen all the way to the right, from the screen transition. And you have to be vigilant of every single enemy, not just moving on the main screen, but what they're going to be doing in the screen wrap. And that's one of the skills you have to really develop to be able to get any sort of longevity in this game, is to be able to be perfectly vigilant at all times of all situations and try to stay 5 steps ahead of every single enemy, which at times becomes completely impossible, but you have to try. We are now at 10 lives. That was a pretty good sequence of waves. We saved a lot of time compared to world record there. Now we're starting to gain a little bit of momentum. And you know what else? It's time for the 40s. This is the last sequence of 10 waves. And this is the last we have to see of the Hunters. Hopefully things go well here. This is a good start to this wave. Things are starting to really get real. As soon as you get into the 40s, you know that you might have it, and you have decent lives, which I do here. You know you're I missed that egg! Oh no. And I managed to not die to Terry there, so we still have 11 lives. Again, as I said earlier, we're at the point of the... Oh, this is amazing luck! They're just cooperating! I just barely missed that guy. But as I said earlier, we're at the part of the game now... Perfect. That was embarrassing, but what can you do? Where a single death, especially early on in a wave, could actually be 10 deaths in disguise. 2 quick deaths there, not much time lost, we're still fine, we still have 10 lives. But if I die early in any of these waves, not only could I lose like 30 seconds, I could lose all of my lives. And there might not be anything I can do about it, but this is going incredibly well. Holy heck, they all cooperated. I missed both of those eggs, and so that made Terry appear. That was... The egg detection areas for collecting are like 1 pixel. Sometimes the egg goes straight through the center of your body, and you don't pick it up. Joust is perfect. But hopefully we can still get some good behavior, and they just keep collecting into me like moths to a flame. Yes, that is a satisfying ending. Oh my goodness. Those waves went by in basically a blink of an eye. And now we're in the final sequence of 4 waves that you actually have to survive, because these egg waves are just a nice break, before we finish this run. Can we possibly avoid any last disasters? This has been obscenely clean. We've had a couple of annoying waves, but no real actual disaster waves. That's... I mean, at least we got 2 of them there. Okay. Only 2 left, but... Something we haven't been seeing so far is that a single Shadow Lord can survive for up to 30 seconds and just be completely unkillable. That was a decent ending. Okay, I survived that. It wouldn't have been that bad to die there. I would still have 10 lives, and I would have shaved some of the time off of having to wait for Terry to leave the screen. But we could need that life. We could end this with 0 lives remaining. If just one little bit of things goes too wrong. But now we are into the open stage area, which is my favorite. It's the easiest to maneuver around. Unfortunately, that's true for the enemies as well. But if I die early here, I might have a better chance to survive. We're at least probably gonna finish this run. Okay. I lost that interaction there. Could have gotten more lucky, but my luck has been obscene. Throughout this entire comeback to Joust NES, my luck has been so good. And I've been playing the variants. I've been playing, and I'm just gonna take the death there. I'm going to just go purely for time, because I'm gonna try and go for the first ever sub 18 in Wave 49 completion. That was a little unlucky, but one enemy left. Please don't do it. Please don't do it. Please don't troll me. Oh no. Oh, we got him. This is gonna be close. Is it gonna be the first ever sub 18 in Wave 49? You bet it is. 17:54. The new world record, and as it stands, still the Wave 49 completion world record in Joust NES. And that was, at the time, I believe, my 4th completion of Wave 49. And it's incredible how well that went. So many waves, so many really, really fast waves, and so few disaster waves. In fact, I'd say there were 0 true disaster waves. Even when I took a ton of deaths, it all happened really quickly. And I still have 11 lives at this point, and so I can survive as long as I'd like. Well, that is like the most untrue thing I could possibly say. What a lazy misspeak. I can last as long as the game lets me. But having more lives is better than having less. That is still true, but it almost... If the game decides that your run is over, it doesn't matter how many lives you have. But yes, that was a very, very satisfying new world record in Wave 49. I played quite well. I managed to react to every single situation in a way that saved me as much time as possible. I used all those ceiling bounces. When I noticed that there were chances that I could abandon staying locked to the ceiling and go even... Oh, nice Terry... accidental Terry kill there. And dive bomb enemies. I took those chances and they worked out. Like, so many things just worked out, and that's what has to happen for you in Joust NES. You just have to play 100% perfectly every single moment, or else you could lose 10 lives in a minute in one mistake. And you have to get 1,000% lucky every single moment, or else you could lose a minute and 10 lives. It's just so much. Just to play this game normally. It's not even like we're like, yes, I'm speedrunning this, but I'm also just kind of trying to play the game normally as I do it. I'm just hoping things go decently well. I'm not doing anything that special. I'm just trying to play the game as intended, and even that is so much to ask, because this game is so unbelievably brutal. It's one of the most ridiculous and cruel games that I've ever played. That was a bit unfortunate there. Now we're starting to see the game start to show its fangs a little bit more, but at least we already got the world record done. I hope you all enjoyed that run of Wave 49 for Joust NES, and hopefully the commentary was entertaining or informative for you. Let's see how far this run can go. We're into the deep 50s now. At the time of this run, the world record that I had seen shared online, on YouTube at least, there was a run for the Famicom version that made it to Wave 86 and got past 1 million points, which is by far the deepest I'd ever seen anyone get in the game, and the most points I'd ever seen anybody accrue. So... and we're starting to take way too many deaths here. We're starting to lose those interactions. The game is starting to not be as interested in doing that perilous dance that we have to do in order to
play this game for any length of time, the more difficult enemies appear. It's not as interested in letting the dance happen anymore. And as soon as its mood changes, there's not that much you can do. We still have 7 lives, which is nothing to work with, but it's just they evaporate. When you lose that momentum, that luck momentum, it's just it's over so fast. But we might be able to make it to the 60s here. Yikes. It's always interesting whenever, like 5 times in a row, at least one of them is about to rise into you and die, but they keep tying with the other enemies right below you and just keep dispersing perfectly. That's always like, come on, man. I'm too low here. I've got to get higher. I was lucky to tie there. Oh, it weaved perfectly below me. This is just beautiful chaos to me. I have so much fun in these only Shadow Lord waves. An enemy is going to revive there. So if you leave the eggs sitting for too long, as you just saw, then another bird will come in. A new rider will hatch, which will summon another bird to come in and revive a new enemy. And it's always one enemy type above the one that died to create the egg. So in the Shadow Lord's cases, it's always just going to be more Shadow Lords. I wonder if it's even in the game's code for a bounder to hatch from an egg. I doubt it. But that would be really interesting. Oh, we had somebody phase through a platform. That's always fun to see. So many interesting and entertaining and sometimes even helpful glitches can happen in this game. Lots of phasing through platforms and people falling into the lava, but it's at a certain seam of the corner, and so they instead screen wrap from the bottom to the top of the screen. That's always unique. But it's an incredibly well-made game. As you can see, even with 8 enemies on the screen and the player, no lag, no slowdown. Very, very impressive for an NES title. Just like, it would be nice to have lag. It would make it way easier to get deep in this game and actually survive and react to things. Because the Shadow Lords are too fast to actually humanly react to, especially with AI that is completely inconsistent at all times. Lag would be nice. It would help. As long as inputs don't always get eaten, it would completely help you react to things and get way deeper into the game. But no lag at all to speak of. This has been a good wave. Unfortunately, I was just barely too low there, and then I misread things and tried to leave too early. I thought I had an opening, and I didn't. Now our lives are perilously low. Maybe we can make it to 700,000 points. Oh my. We're in trouble. Okay. It's just, it feels so good. It's so satisfying when they just come straight into you like moss to a flame. It feels so... It's so much dopamine. Yes, and then I need to start doing that more. Nice corner bounce from Terry. That's one of the glitches. One of the little bits of jank that can happen on the environments. And the double pterodactyl can appear if you take way too long. That's okay. We've made it to wave 65, and we did get to 700,000 points. The Shadow Lords give you so many points that it actually can allow you to outpace the lives you lose to them just naturally, because it's impossible to not lose lives to them if you're a human being playing without cheating. With current known strategies, and we know of no way to solve this game yet. And maybe that'll change someday, but I don't anticipate that it will. It seems like there's no way, no strategies that work for every single wave at all times. But you can actually survive, like, even when you're at super low lives, you can survive for a long time if you get lucky enough, because they give you lives fast enough with their points. Very nice.
I have survived for at least 10 waves before, with having been from 0 lives. So that's a very, like, this game can teach you the never give up mentality. We're almost at the promised land of wave 69. Can we make it there, or will this be our grave? This absolute swarm of chaotic birds. So far, it looks like we're actually gonna make it. Oh, nice! Perfect height gain there. This could take a while. We're completely at their mercy. When there are this many of them left, I'm not gonna go after any individuals because that gives the other ones a perfect opportunity. Oh, I didn't bounce off his head? It made me go straight through him instead. And I should have bounced off that bounder's head. The Shadow Lord's head, and it would have let me avoid the pterodactyl. But, okay, we're at wave 69. We at least made it there. Only 2 lives left. We are not outpacing the lives lost here. Terry? No, okay. Almost at 800,000 points here. So this all could have gone way better. Our luck is definitely not nearly as good as it was during the body of the wave 49 attempt, but we're close to 800,000 points, which is a really nice accomplishment there. But it looks like we're not going to get as deep as that incredible run on the Famicom version on YouTube, which I really need to start remembering the name of that channel. It does a lot of long plays of retro games, and they did an incredibly impressive run of Joust for the Famicom, using different strategies than mine. They did a lot of waiting in the lower part of the screen after they died, and they don't wait at the spawning points, just standing there and jumping. They stay airborne and try to... Oh no. Oh, I think the game is done with me. I think it's decided that this is over. We made it to, well, 800,000 points, though. But it's not letting me win any of these interactions anymore. So it looks like our final resting place will be Wave 71. We made it to the 70s, past 800,000 points, and we got the Wave 49 world record. What a run. Feels awesome. Hope you enjoyed that run. Thank you so much for watching that one. Okay, so there's a commentated version of that run I might put on YouTube. That's why I started anew from the very beginning and then did an outro. One moment. There is one more thing I'd like to show you that'll take us to the 5-hour mark. All of those runs felt great. All of that was very nice. A lot of success, a lot of good vibes, so many world records, so much progress. But, as I mentioned, we don't have every world record that I've seen. It is the Famicom version, yes, but it seems to play exactly the same as the NES version. So I consider the true world records for progress and score in this game to be what happened in that run I saw on YouTube. Wave 86 and more than 1 million points. I didn't know if I was ever going to be able to get that far, but I was making it to the 70s. And then eventually I had one run that got to Wave 82 and just a couple tens of thousands of points away from 1 million. On amazing pace, by the way, as well. So that taught me that it was going to happen. And I eventually did it. Pretty slowly, much more slowly, but I got my first 1 million point score and tied the progress world record for the Famicom version at Wave 86. But I kept on trying because I wanted to do it faster. And then this happened. Live on stream, which I will keep muted, actually. And I am going to have to take off the Syria Kicks thing, because it's gonna bleed over.
This happened live on stream. I'm gonna have this muted, and I'm going to play an NES music radio if I can. Or, like 45 minutes of NES music, sure. Hopefully it's not gonna have any DuckTales music, that would be a problem. Because I was doing live commentary at the time. Let's do this. So I'm gonna mute this video because I want new commentary for this, because as I knew, and as Mr. Exister pointed out during the run, I was being a bit complainy and not really appreciating the fact that the game had given me unbelievable luck for the first, like, 6 or 7 days of all of this. And it made me have expectations that were unrealistic. I assumed that that type of luck was what I should expect. And that is not good. Like, the fact that I had several actual real paces that almost got 1,000,000 points, that would have been around like 33 or 34 minutes when I reached 1,000,000 points, that didn't help either, because that's now what I was going for, like, actually resolutely. And so when things didn't go that well again, it was like, come on, like, just go as well as you've gone before. But I am now truly just basking in the joy of what this game has done for me in the past 8 days. And I want to represent that in the commentary for the run we are about to witness together right here. As we get through these early waves, which are just as likely to kill you in a lot of ways as the Oops All Shadow Lords waves. Ooh, look at those spawns! Okay, we're actually on a bit of a wild pace here. Very good time, very good score. If we get some absurd things to happen here, we could possibly get 50k. And absurd things are not happening. This is still good. Oh, we just lost a bounder with all of its points. Okay. Yeah, no 50k world record. But 100k is definitely... Oh my goodness! 100k is definitely still alive. Okay. Nice. Yeah, this is definitely a good 100k attempt. I actually want different NES music here, because this looks like it's gonna... Hold on. I'm sorry, I'm gonna start this from the beginning. I'm so sorry. They did not have those, tunes at the same volume, which was a problem. So we're gonna start this from the beginning again. I'm so sorry, because I want to see if I can have this for YouTube. There we go. Okay, once more from the top. Welcome everybody to a run of the NES port of Joust, a 1982 arcade game. This NES port was made by HAL Laboratories in 1988. Different physics, very clean, very incredibly robust, so many different things you can do with it. Very, very, very unforgiving. That's my favorite Wave 2 pattern, so I've discovered that if you do the Wave 1 pattern, which is the same every time, as similarly as possible, you'll start to see a very limited range of Wave 2 patterns. And so you can do those as fast as possible and know what to expect. But from Wave 3 onward, everything is completely random. All of the different spawns you can get, and most notably, every single frame of what every single enemy can decide to do. You just have to try to play in a way that limits their variance as much as possible and puts you in as many safe situations as possible. Although, as I always say with Joust NES, safety doesn't exist. There's only as safe as possible, which is most situations, especially deeper into the game, not safe at all. You are just, ooh, and you see me camping on those spawning locations to try to have situations like that happen. That's amazing. We're actually on a really fast pace right now. We just got a ton of extra points from all those immediate egg bonuses, and there are speedrunning categories for all sorts of different things in this game, including getting 50,000 points and 100,000 points. So my new 50,000 points world record is good enough that it is now impossible here, even though we got really close. See, there's 50,000 points right there at 1 minute and 40 seconds. That's a really, really, really good time. But my world record is now 1 minute and 37 seconds, and so it missed out, unfortunately. But it had a darn good chance, and so we're still on amazing pace for a 100,000 points run. Let's see if we can keep getting really good luck, killing as many enemies and getting as much points from them as possible, as fast as possible. And this is still going really well. And now, every 5 waves you get these egg waves, which are a nice little break. I also have to try to get my movement as clean in these as possible. Still really good points and really good time, but these are where the game starts to be incredibly difficult to complete quickly. These waves especially are some of the hardest. Even as the game gets more difficult, it can be easier to get waves done more quickly than these waves. Because you still got a lot of the slowest enemies in the game, the riders in red, the bounders, which are still very, very, very likely to kill you if you're not incredibly careful and incredibly vigilant and taking away as much of their options as possible. But now we've got more of these enemies in white, the hunters, appearing. So I just took an early death there because I was trying to go super aggressive, and a bounder just died in the lava there, and we took a tie there. So, another death! Yeah, I was just going pure aggression, so we got some very unclean gameplay happening right now, but it's all trying to go for as much speed as possible. I was trying to go pure YOLO for the 100k points world record, and it's not panning out. Our points are now too low. The time is now ticking past where it's possible to beat the 3 minute and 27 second 100k world record by me. So that's now passed, and so all that remains from here is the longer categories. Getting past wave 39, which is a speedrunning category because online resources stated that the last bit of difficulty no longer increased after wave 40. And so the creator of that main category on speedrun.com, NES Cardinality, used that information and said, okay, so all I have to do is complete wave 39, and then I've basically beaten the last bit of iteration that the game actually changes things with. And so that should be like a speedrunning category. Well, only after we started beating wave 39 more did we find out that the information was incorrect, and the game stops increasing its difficulty after wave 45. So, the new main category for speedrunning this game is completing wave 49, because that's when you get past the last several waves of the last bit of difficulty increase. This is a very strange situation here, because bounders are often impossible to like, whenever even the weakest enemies in the game decide that they're going to be impossible to deal with, they're impossible to deal with. And then you see that there was a pterodactyl there, and those are going to be an issue more and more often, because we're past wave 11 now, which means they show up pretty soon into waves. It's about to show up now, and I just accidentally perfectly killed it in midair. It says in the intro tutorial of the game, after the title screen, that they are unkillable, ? And yeah, mostly they are. You cannot kill them by being higher than them and making contact with them, like all the other enemies in this game, the normal enemies. But a very, very specific pixel of contact with them can kill them. And there's a way to do it semi-consistently if you're on ground with them, and you have a lot of space to set it up, and even then it's not always going to work. You see, he stayed at the same height on the ground there. If I had run into him there, he would have died. But in midair, it's just a pure crapshoot. You get very, very lucky if you kill him in midair. But so much of this game, and especially doing it quickly, but especially lasting a long time in this game, is very, 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 very luck-based. And you also have to play 100% perfectly every single moment, because as we get deeper here, you're gonna see why. We're gonna start to see the last regular enemy type. There he is, the Shadow Lord, the Blue Rider. And look at him go. And he can do things like that. He can move as fast as the max speed of the player, which is a lot of speed. And he can change speed to 0 at any moment. And he can move up and down way faster than the player can, because just like the Joust arcade version, it moves, the game controls very, very uniquely. It's so heavy. Very, very momentum based, and it's like once you get going with a lot of speed in one direction, up and down, left and right, it is impossible to change directions quickly. So you see me, like now, especially now the Shadow Lords appear, you see me hovering by the ceiling to make sure I stay with the highest possible chance of being above them when we make contact, or at least at the same pixel level so we tie and I don't die. But you see me doing that a lot in this playthrough, bouncing off the ceiling. That is so incredibly useful. That's one of the reasons why I'm able to play this game as quickly as I do and to last as long as I do. Oh, I'm glad I didn't bounce off. Oh, wow. Incredible behavior by every single enemy there to just confuse me and take away all of my safe options. But you see me flapping very quickly to gain vertical speed and then bouncing off the ceiling. It's useful in so many different ways. It gets me back to the ground to be able to run and change my directions easier left and right by being on the ground, because when you're in midair, the only way you can possibly change directions is by flapping. And oftentimes, you don't want to flap and gain height because that will maybe kill you in whatever situation you're in. So you want to be using ceiling bounces as much as possible to be in as much control of your positioning vertically as you can. I use ceiling bounces to get down to eggs quickly. I use ceiling bounces to track enemies left and right and stay above them and just like dive bomb them perfectly. Ceiling bounces for the win. They're the most useful bit of technology that I've developed for the game. At least, I'm the first person that I saw using them as much as I used them. I don't want to talk like I am this massive savior of Joust NES, like this great pioneer. I just happen to be somebody who was obsessed enough with it, who took it to as many heights as I have. And we're going to see to the degree that that ended up happening longevity-wise in this run, because at this point, the world records for longevity in this game were in a YouTube video that I found that I believe was posted in 2018, and I really need to eventually memorize the name of the channel that does a lot of long-form Let's Plays, especially of retro games. They did an incredible run of the Famicom version of Joust, which I believe is pretty much... Oh, what a feeling when we're bouncing off the ceiling. What's up, Jamich? I believe is the same in every single way except for some of the graphics as the NES version. And so I consider all the feats done in the Famicom version as counting for the NES version as well. And that person in that video made it to wave 86 with more than 1 million points. By far the farthest I've ever seen evidence of any human being making it in this game. And now that I've accomplished a lot of what I wanted to time-wise in this game, I wanted to see how far I could make it too. For so many years, I didn't believe I would ever even be able to beat wave 49. And now I had done it a bunch of times at this point. Now we're in the 30s again, so steadily, we're seeing more and more Shadow Lords, and they're just ramping up the chaos bit by bit as we go on. I actually prefer facing the Shadow Lords at this point. Hunter, like, I'm glad the Bounders are gone at least, because they can just make things unbelievably annoying. One of the rules of Joust, you will die to Bounders. It feels terrible when you do. It feels like you shouldn't. It is slightly easier to not die to them, but you will die to them. They will do absolutely perfect plays because they are enemies in Joust NES. In unbelievable AI. They can just do absolutely anything at absolutely any moment. And you can never be prepared for a lot of the situations they set up because they can sometimes just be freaking perfect. and also create perfect group attacks with the other enemies. Especially with the pterodactyls, which track you better than any other enemy in the game. And as a result, things like that can happen. The pterodactyl loves to go swimming in the lava here and there. What are the 5 rules of Joust, and are any of them Ball? I think there might be more than 5 rules of Joust, but some of them are the same as the rules of Ball, as coined by Yellsrake for Super Dodgeball. Compliment your opponents. PB is impossible. The game owes you nothing. Double pterodactyl dip in the lava, by the way. Very important rule, the game owes you absolutely nothing, which is something I was forgetting during this run as I performed it live on my Twitch stream. The reason I have this gameplay muted right now is because I have no raw game audio for this run. I did it live on stream while I was doing my commentary as I was playing, and I was doing a lot of light complaining the entire time, because this has been a really good run so far for the most part. No big disasters have happened. And I am tied with the pace for the world record of Wave 49. But the longer you go in the game, the less likely it becomes for that to continue. And spoilers, it's not... Things like that are going to start happening more and more and more often, because the things I'm expecting to go right in this game, to just be able to survive normally, are ludicrous. And to hope for it to go quickly on top of that is just an immense further ask. So now this wave is a bit of a disaster. We're going to be seeing lots more happen like this, and I'm already starting to complain during all of this happening, because it's like, oh, I had so many, when I was attempting 1,000,000 points, none of this was happening to me. And sure, yes, maybe I was getting better luck in those runs, but they ended up not actually surviving all the way. So it doesn't matter. All that matters is what's happening in the run right now, and if the game is letting you do that perilous dance with the Shadow Lords as you hang out at the ceiling, try to stay as close as possible, not relinquishing any inch of daylight between you and that ceiling, so that if enemies make contact with you, they have the highest chance of being lower than you. And still trying to be very, very light on your feet as you're in midair, and bob and weave with every single enemy, reading all of their movements, all of their possible movements, like 5 steps in advance, trying to stay abreast of the screen wrap. It's just so much to demand of you. So much you have to do perfectly, and so much has to go right. Here we are at Wave 39. And now we're starting to lose some time compared to world record, because we didn't really have any big, really slow waves, and we've had a few now. And they're still not even that slow. Like, the way I naturally play this game is naturally fast, because I don't really wait at the bottom for anything to happen. I go, anytime I die like that, even when there are massive swarms of enemies above me, I try to go right back to the top as soon as possible. I'm just starting to lose a lot more interactions here. We had so many lives, and now this enemy might last. Okay. One thing that has not been happening to me before this run very often was a single enemy or two refusing to die for like 30 seconds. And so there are a lot of things that gave me really unrealistic expectations heading into this run, so that when things start not going very quickly, and things start not going perfectly my way, I started getting very agitated into the microphone. Not like super aggro angry, but just a little whiny, and so I want to provide more lighthearted commentary here. That was incredible. You just have to give it up. Like, that's one of the rules of Joust. Compliment your opponents. Whenever they're absolutely perfect like that and completely unreactable, just give it up. Respect how incredible this AI is. Almost too good for its own good. So yeah, the rules of Joust. Yeah, game owes you nothing is like the most important one. That's what I was forgetting during this run. It owes you not a single thing. It especially doesn't owe you, if you're going to last to 1,000,000 points, it does not owe you doing it quickly. Compliment your opponents. PB is impossible. The bounders will kill you. Egg. And there are more that I will certainly think of. And, oh my gosh. We're heading into the 40s now. We're starting to lose more and more time because everything from like the mid-30s onward in the Wave 49 world record went quite well. There weren't any major hitches, basically, in the entire last 20-ish levels of the run. And now this is starting to happen all the time. So that's really unfortunate for the speed run. But this is just what is going to happen. Again, I'm watching this back. I'm not even currently playing, but you notice my body, like every time I try to go in for a kill, my entire body just goes, ugh! And that's part of the fun of playing this game. It's almost a workout for me physically because of how much my body moves when I play this. It's so unbelievably intense. What an incredible sandwich play by them. Wow. And we're all the way down to 11 lives now. We're starting to not be able... Our lives lost are starting to outpace our lives gained every single 20,000 points, which is not what we want to see. So now we are significantly behind the Wave 49 world record, unfortunately. We were on pace with it a few splits ago, but it is now far out of reach. And so our only focus now is to see how far we can last and see if maybe we can get 1,000,000 points again. This would be, if I were to get it in this run, it would be my 3rd time getting 1,000,000 points. Nice. And in terms of time, my first ever 1,000,000 point completion was done in 36 minutes flat. My second one was done in about 36.5 minutes. So even though I've been on pace to do it in like 33.5 minutes, at this point I'm just looking for anything faster than 36. And with the way this run is going right now, I really need to not be too picky about how fast it is. And this is just the way it probably will always go from here on. I was getting unbelievably lucky in all of my runs up to this point to be able to have paces as obscene as 33.5 minutes at 1,000,000 points. Werewolf the Warrior music. You love to hear it. What a banger. Very fitting as we observe this pure chaos of the Shadow Lords. I got very lucky with that interaction. Sometimes it seems like there are coin flips where it looks like you should have tied or maybe even died with the enemy, but you kill them instead. Sometimes the game gives you those, sometimes it doesn't. And to be able to go quickly especially, just need to be able to win more of those. That's an early death. Look at this. I got lucky there to be able to make it back up. At any moment, the game can just decide a single death is actually 10 deaths. Or at least 4, like we've had here. Okay, they decided to let me live there. But even when you get lucky, you can get unlucky. It's unbelievable what this game expects of you to play it normally. I know what it actually expects of you. It expects you to die over and over and over and over and over again because this is an arcade-style game, which even on the NES, instead of the arcade, it's not meant to eat your quarters. It's meant to make you rent it from the rental store at the time, because when those existed, they existed. Over and over and over and over again to see how much farther you can get than last time. To see if the game will finally let you get farther the next time than it did last time. And now we've made it into the 50s. Almost 2 minutes behind my Wave 49 world record. Not the sort of start that I'm looking for. But what can you do? Other than just keep going and see what happens. Okay, 2 decent spawns. That's what is... nice! That is something that has really not been happening for me in this run. That, I got lucky in that interaction. This is a much better wave so far. Can we finally get a quick kill on a final enemy? Yes! Oh my gosh, an actually decent wave. There we go. Okay. Yeah, so I haven't been seeing very fortunate early spawns to get early kills on Shadow Lords as the wave starts. That's... okay. Possibly 2 good waves in a row. Let's see how this continues. They just phase through each other. You look. Oh yes, they are doing a mating dance. It's beautiful. And now the wave is not going very well anymore. And once Terry gets in the mix, especially with the Shadow Lord's moving faster than the Terry's max speed, even if they're moving in the same direction, which they're usually not, they're probably still going to be changing each other's directions by smashing into each other. It's just pure mayhem. Every single bit of the game, when it's oops all Shadow Lords, even from like the wave 25 onward, is just impossible to control, impossible to truly predict. You just have to do your best and forget the rest and see what happens. Just do that perilous dance with Joust and see how long it decides to want to do that with you. Into the deep 50s now. We are past 600,000 points. We are almost 2/3 of the way to the goal of 1 million. And so far... Oh, nice. There we go. We need more waves like that if we want to beat the 36-minute world record for getting 1 million points. Thanks, Terry. At least we didn't have to deal with him during the wave. Always nice when you can complete all the enemies before you have to have Terry rear his head and be an additional problem. Uh-oh. 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 Okay, at least we got somebody. There we go. Now Terry's an issue. So we just kind of have to pray here. We just have to pick a direction and see how long we can maybe survive and maybe take a few other people out before we get killed by an impossible to react to scenario. So that could have gone a lot worse. Like, I have, in previous runs, been getting a lot more lucky than this and getting a lot of faster waves than this more consistently, but you just have to take what you get. We're losing a lot of the ceiling interactions as well, but at least we got back up. There we go. It's just so difficult. It doesn't matter if you have 15 lives. Oh, and I played super impatiently there. That was terrible. That was completely my fault. I'm starting to tilt a little bit. This is the definition of a disaster wave. Just an absolute dumpster fire of lives lost and time lost. The game dominated me there, and now I only have 7 lives, and this makes it very, very unlikely for me to be able to get to 1 million points. Only 7 lives, when the game can do that sort of wave to me. Take that, Terry. I'm upset, and I'm gonna take it out on you. That sort of wave can happen to me next. Like, this run might die at wave 61. But we'll see what happens. Get into position and see if the game is willing to dance. And we saw another phase through a platform there. Nice, okay, that's much better. Well, we have to spend a lot of time getting these eggs, though. Terry is having his own little bird boogie up there. Just bouncing, bouncing, bouncing. Good for you, buddy. That is not what you want to see to start a wave. We're not at the bottom, but this is almost worse in a way. Oh my goodness gracious, I'm so lucky. It was unlucky to die at the beginning, but it's 10 times more lucky to somehow immediately get back up to the top through... It's like trying to dodge rain in that situation. We're past 700,000 points now. Let's see if this wave lets us finish it. Yes, okay. Very nice. Let's see what we can keep doing. Let's see what the game lets us do. This is amazing. I'm in danger music. Oh my gosh, I'm gonna die. This is scary. Oh no, this is scary. Oh no. Okay. Not too bad. Last momentary appearance, and it was when I was stuck in no movement. I can't believe I didn't die there in a really embarrassing way. We'll take it. Uh-oh. Uh-oh! Oh, that was lucky. And now they're just refusing. Now nothing I can do except just hope. Just stay in the safest position possible and pray. And even the safest possible position is not safe because that's another one of the rules of Joust. There's no such thing as safe. No such thing. And once again, we have our last two enemies lasting for about 6 years. Oh my goodness. Oh, Terry, why? Take that! So yeah, so much time lost in so many waves, but there's nothing I can do about it except just keep plugging away. And maybe we can make up a little bit of that time by getting some lucky waves. If we do end up making it far enough to get to 1,000,000 points, that gives us the chance to get that to happen more and more. Oh my gosh. Sure, let's get this egg now. Okay. At least we were able to clean it up. Nice! See, we need that sort of thing more often. Yes. Yes. The more waves we can survive through and don't reset, the more chances we have to get fast waves like that. Just keep going. Almost at the promised land of wave 69. Our points pace seems to be pretty good. I think I have more points here than usual. Oh, the triple kill! That's what I'm talking about. Yeah, I almost have 800,000 points heading into wave 69, so the good news is that even though we've lost a crap ton of time in so many waves... Oh! Oh my goodness, what a start. Now, there's some spawning luck for once. That helps a lot, obviously. Yeah, we're already... Yeah, our points are really high for where we are. So, a nice saving grace is that we will reach 1,000,000 points sooner than usual. Even though it's taking us a long time to get through the game. Now we're into the 70s. We need to get into the 80s before we'll have a chance to get to 1,000,000 points. And obviously, again, like, the current progress world record, which I had also tied earlier in this day, was wave 86. Can we possibly break new ground? At this point, it's looking like we're not even going to get through the 70s. Because the game has decided that it's time to lose 5 lives. Yep, I'm now only at 5 lives. Like, there's surely... Oh, no. There's absolutely no way. Oh, my goodness! Now the game is toying with me. I just got stunted on. It could have killed me there so easily, but it just wanted to watch me suffer instead. We'll see if I can take advantage of its complacency. Complacence. Anyway. Past 30 minutes into the run. I know it's probably possible to get to 1,000,000 points in less than 30 minutes, but that's if you get god luck for that entire time, which is just entirely too much to ask, unless you are possibly cheating or you've done like tens of thousands of attempts. Oh, they're in the mating cans. How long will this one survive? Yep. Let's go for the egg. Here comes Terry again. Okay, there we go. Just take what you can get. Just take what you can get. And this, at this point, was when Mad Mega raided me. So even though we're only at 4 lives, now I've got to see how far I can make it to entertain Mad Mega and try to make his raid worth it. And we're getting a good wave. Like, has he just blessed us? Holy cow. That's the best wave in a while. Almost at 900,000 points now. Let's just see what happens. It's gonna be almost impossible to get much farther than this. Like, with 5 lives, the run could be over in 10 seconds. Yeah, like, even right now with only 4 enemies left. The game could just decide it's over. That's nice. Nice, okay. Not too bad of a sequence of waves there. We lost a few lives, but it could always be a lot worse. There is no limit to how badly things could go in Joust NES. If you had 100 lives, you could lose them all in one wave for no fault of your own. Here we go. Here we go. That's what I'm talking about. That is so satisfying. Oh my goodness, what a wave. Nice corner jank there. I'm probably gonna die to Terry here. Just barely got through in time. The corner jank cost me the ability to get the eggs before Terry appeared, but whatever. Let's just keep going. Let's not complain too much about an amazing wave. That might have killed me, but it didn't. Oh, yes! Are we Mad Mega has completely blessed this run. Okay, this might take... Let's just focus on the eggs first. We are past 900,000 points now. We have sneakily started to get close to 1 million. And now our lives are increasing. Things are starting to get a little weird here. This run should have been over a long time ago. Okay, yeah. That's how he just parted. He looked like he was the one who was gonna kill me, and then he parted like the red... Oh my goodness! Speaking of being stunted on, of just being toyed with. Oh. This game knows how to make you look like an absolute chump. We're at 79 though. Almost to the 80s. Where we can maybe have a chance to at least tie the Wave 86 world record again, and maybe get to 1 million points along the way. A little bit faster than 36 minutes. It might not be much faster looking at the timer. Like, again, I've had chances to already be done with 1 million points by now in the past, but died right before 1 million points. We're in the 80s though. Let's see what happens with only 6 lives. Here we go. No spawns. Okay, that's good. Anybody? Thank you, thank you. Yep, I could see that coming. But I couldn't really do that much about it. Nice phasing through the platform. And nice dodges. There we go. There we go. Okay. Nice. Okay. Could have been worse. None of these, not very many of these waves at all are good, but they all could be worse. Oh, geez. I'm lucky to be alive, at least. That could... Oh, what a difference that tie made. Instead of dying. That could have been the end of the run right there. But as it stands, it looks like we're gonna get to 1 million. As long as we can get through here. And we can get... Yep, we're at 990,000. Yes! Okay. If we can get some spawns here, we'll get a low 35. And boom! That is 1 million points in a new world record time of 35 minutes and 20 seconds. Can be many minutes faster. So many disasters. But I took what I could get, and somehow, even though it looked like we were going to get mangled, and we were mangled, we lost so many lives so quickly, but it wasn't enough to completely take us out, and so we were able to last this long. Now we're getting close to my personal best, which is the same as what I've seen as the deepest recorded run in the history of this game. Wave 86. We're at Wave 84 right now. This is looking dicey. Oh no. Early death with the massive swarm above me. Can I possibly get back up? That, I needed to commit harder there. But how can you commit when you can't actually, you can't see what's going on? You can only vaguely kind of smell openings, and now we have 2 lives left. It's looking like it would be a miracle if we can get 286 here. Okay, and now Terry is part of the party. And the problem here is, which I almost forgot about, now that we passed 1,000,000 points, you see that I should have gained a life there once I got another 20,000, but I don't know if they intended this or if it's a bug. But once you get to 1,000,000 points, the game stops giving you lives. So it's kind of like the soft kill screen of Joust NES, getting 1,000,000 points. So now we're in a bit of trouble. We have tied our personal best at least. We have made it to wave 80. Oh! We have now beat our personal best! As long as we don't lose 2 lives here somehow, trying to get this egg. We've done it! This is a new world record for progress! Wave 87! I can't believe how well wave 86 went! Now, with no possible way to get more lives, like, getting to wave 90 is in my mind. It would be awesome to do that for the benefit of the raiders, but oh my gosh. There's no way. With only 2 lives, surely not. It's impossible to get past 1 wave of Shadow Lords with only 2 lives, but this is happening right now! And yes, this VOD's about to get muted. The one thing I hoped would not happen is happening right at the end. But it's so triumphant. But maybe our triumph is at an end here. Can I possibly be the first known person to record making it? Zizy Squirrel! Thank you so much for the raid. You're at an incredible time here. Could I possibly be the first person to make it to wave 90 on 0 lives? Oh my gosh. Aloha, Raiders. I hope the stream went amazing. Here's Terry. There's no way we're about to do this. Oh my gosh. Anything is possible. We will never die. Thank you so much for the raid. This is the end of our recap of the most unbelievable week of Joust that I could have possibly imagined. Silver Star, thank you so much for the 38-month sub. Holy cow. This is so cool. Thank you so much, everybody. Thank you, Zizy. I hope your stream was amazing. Everything is possible, including making it to wave 91 in Joust NES with only 2 lives left for like the last 5 waves with no way to gain more lives after getting 1,000,000 points. We survived way longer than we should have in the soft kill screen of Joust NES. That is the current deepest run ever recorded that I've seen of Joust NES. Less than 12 hours later, I did manage to tie this in terms of progress. I did manage to get to wave 91 again. After that, for the 2 days since, not for lack of trying, I've been unable to get any deep runs again. Yes, this is a run that happened live a few days ago. So this is the end of my recap of maybe the best week of gaming I will ever have. Simply unimaginable. On day 1, we got the 338 world record in 100K. Let me show it to you right now. I listed it out. Here it is. January 20th. New world record in 100,000 points, 338. Personal best in 50K, 142. January 21st. World record in 100K again, 336. And then the unthinkable run of the points categories. 2 world records in 1 run, 50,000 points in 1 minute and 38 seconds, 100,000 points in the first ever sub 330. Later that night, another double world record in a single run. Wave 39 in 15 minutes and 2 seconds. Wave 49 in 19 minutes and 30 seconds. My first ever Wave 49 completion. And then I decided to see if I could do it again because things were going way too well. And I just happened to get another 100k in sub 330, just out of the blue. At this point, in just 2 days, I had already achieved more than I thought I would achieve in Joust ever again in my entire life. The next day, new world record in Wave 39. Not only do we get sub 15, we got 1413. Now we're close to sub 14. We got all the way to Wave 63. We got into the 60s for the first time. Thank you so much, Silver. I really appreciate that. I can even intensify it, if it please you. And then we got the first ever sub 19 in Wave 49. 18 minutes and 40 seconds. That was just the third day. The next day, we did get one more world record, 100,000 points in 3 minutes and 27 seconds. That's where that run currently stands today. On day 5, Wave 39, sub 14. This was done live on stream, not pre-recorded, so I was able to show that off and experience it right in the moment with chat. And then, even more unexpected, while I was still just doing Wave 49 attempts, 50,000 points currently stands at 1 minute and 37 seconds. Day 6, January 25th. Another slight world record in Wave 49, as I was starting to try to last way deeper into the run and see if I could get 1 million points for the first time. I got Wave 49 in 2 seconds faster, 18 minutes and 38 seconds. Another world record. And then I got to Wave 82 on unbelievable time pace. Just a couple tens of thousands of points short of 1 million, which would have been an unbelievable time for reaching that score, and has been the one thing that kind of lingers in me as like, man, I could have done it that fast? Here, let's do a here. The next day, first ever sub 18, where the world record currently stands for Wave 49, 17 minutes, 54 seconds. And then, later that day, my first ever 1 million points in Joust NES. 36 minutes flat. And we tied the farthest I'd ever seen anybody else make it in this game, in the Famicom version, which seems to be the same in everything except the graphics, Wave 86. My total in the end was 1,019,750 points. The next day, I got to K lives, which is the most I've seen that I can recall. Maybe the person in the Famicom video got farther. I need to watch it all again. Got my second million points, and got farther than anybody ever has before. This was also live on stream. This is what I was re-showing here. Wave 88. And then a world record in points as well. 1,062,000 points. At this point, I not only have the leaderboard sweep on speedrun.com for every speedrunning category of Joust, I now have every single known world record that has been shared online in every conceivable way for Joust NES, and I've done all of it in a week since coming back from a 3-year break. But I wasn't done that night. I tried again because I wanted to get a faster time for 1 million points. I was really just so consumed by how fast I could have done it the previous day, or the 2 days before. I did get my third million points. It wasn't super fast, but it was the run I just showed, and it was a new world record. 35 minutes and 20 seconds for 1 million points. This time, I was the first known person to get to Wave 91. And my points total, the current world record for points in Joust NES as we know it, 1,108,000 points. And that was the final new world record day of my unbelievable return to Joust. The next morning, I did tie the Progress World Record one more time with my 4th million-point run and getting to wave 91. A bit slower than the time before, because as it turns out, even though I had several faster paces than 35 minutes several times before all these actual finishes, it is really freaking hard to get that far that fast. And in the days since that final achievement, the game has closed its doors in my face and has no longer allowed me the luck that I need to even get deeper than the 60s of the waves. And you know what? That's probably okay. I think we've done good things here. Truly an absolute miracle. That is my recap of what has happened since January 20th. Possibly the best stretch of days in a video gaming sense that I may ever have again in my entire life. And I hope that this can help inspire more people to try recreating similar feats in this game, now that I've shown that this is kind of consistently possible, even though the last couple of days haven't been very good for that. Oh my gosh. Yeah, thank you again for the raid, Zyzy. It is wonderful to see all of you. And it is now almost midnight for me. I have not had dinner yet. So I should probably think about passing this off to the next amazing, hopefully. Is it just gonna be Apollo Smug again? It might. Or wait, maybe Zark? I haven't rated Zark in a long time. I'm glad to see Zark having a lot of viewers. Yeah, maybe we can go to Zark. So yeah, unfortunately, this VOD is probably going to be muted because it has freaking DuckTales in it. And also, that'll happen on YouTube as well, because DuckTales music. So the one thing that I hoped wouldn't happen, happened right at the end of the run, which is so fitting. Yes. So I am currently rating... Oh, nice fitting ending music here. I love this tune from Ninja Gaiden. I'm going to raid Zarkonis, who is looking like he's participating in the spring version of the Big 20, which is actually kind of like the winter version this time, because it's happening in February. He's playing something different right now. But yeah, Zark is cool. Zark plays tons of NES games. I appreciate all of you so freaking much. What else can I say? It's just been indescribable what has happened for me since January 20th. And what you all allow me to be able to do and experience is so special, just through having you along with me, so thank you. I am not speaking cool good. But if that is the end of my Joust accomplishments for a while, I have absolutely nothing to be sad about, because that was one hell of a ride. And maybe I will finally beat that 1 million points time in a satisfying way in the future, but we'll see. In any case, till next time, everybody, dream on, folks. Peace. Have a beautiful one. Thank you so much. Take care. All the very best.